Chapter 1582. Morong Fong frowned slightly. What's the matter, Elder Qingyan? Elder Qingyan stared at Suyu and said, I just feel sorry for Qingqing. The Morong clan obviously has a better marriage partner. Why did you choose him? This is really unfair to Qingqing. Morong Qingqing was Elder Qingyun's granddaughter. Her talent and appearance were above average, so she was naturally valued by him. He was really reluctant to marry her to an ordinary person like Xueyu. Morong Fong was displeased. Elder Qingyan, we have already discussed this. Xue Lei is the best choice, but he already has a wife. It is not suitable for Morong Qingqing to marry him. Only Xueyu is suitable. Apparently, Xueyu is not their first choice. They had no other choice. Su Yu smiled inwardly, as if nothing had happened. Elder Qingyun's eyes flashed. She doesn't have to marry into the Xue family, right? The Xue family is not the only family that is qualified to marry into the Morong family. Morong Fong interrupted him and said, Elder Qingyun, enough is enough. Marriage is very important. Not everyone is suitable. There must be a foundation of trust. In the sea of constellations, besides the Xue family, who else can be trusted? These words rendered Lord Azure Cloud speechless. However, he was still unwilling. We can sign the marriage contract. But Xue, you must be tested in front of me and Qingqing. Morong Fong put down the clan seal. He knew that Elder Qingyan would not let this go. He frowned and said, Qingyan, don't be presumptuous. Xue, you represent the Xue family. Please show some respect. Seeing that they were arguing, Suyu put one hand behind his back and the other on the hilt of his sword. He said casually, It doesn't matter. Looking at Elder Qingyan, Suyu said, What kind of test do you want? Elder Qingyun snorted. You talk big. I just don't know if you will be shocked to hear it. Go ahead, Suyu said expressionlessly. Elder Qingyan said bluntly, You are too weak to match Morong Qingqing. If you want to marry her, you must ensure that you become a cave world master one day. Only then will she not be wronged. Become a cave world master? Suyu shrugged. A level 5 cave world master was no match for him. I don't expect you to be as talented as Xue Lei, but you must be qualified to become a cave world master. What this old man wants to test is precisely this qualification. Elder Qingyan ignored the dissuading gazes of the other Morong family clansmen and shouted sternly. It was extremely difficult for a mortal fairy to become a cave world venerable, even in the absolute beginning realm, which was filled with divine power. Sure, what he got was a simple and clear reply from Suyu. How do you want to inspect it? Elder Blue Cloud was taken aback, but he soon recovered. He took out a multicolored insect and struggled in his hand. Divine Dao bugs? Someone said, not surprised in the slightest. The rest of the people looked as if they were used to such a sight. The butler beside Xueyu sighed and looked at Xueyu with pity in his eyes. Before he came here, he had already considered what would happen today. As expected, the Morong clan made things difficult for Xueyu, and they made things difficult for him so that he could not get out of the situation. Everyone knew that Xueyu's talent was mediocre, and his achievements in the divine path were even more ridiculed by outsiders. Until now, he had not cultivated his own divine path. The current test was clearly intended to humiliate him, to let everyone know that Xueyu was a useless piece of trash who would never become a cave world venerable in his lifetime. In this way, Suyu would not be able to marry Morong Qingqing, and when he returned to the clan, he would face even greater ridicule. Then give it a try. Suyu's expression was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of nervousness. The onlookers were slightly taken aback, secretly thinking that Suyu's behavior was strange. Elder Qingyan sneered coldly. You can still be so calm in the face of death. This is one of the few good points you have. Unfortunately, reality is always cruel. With a flick of 2 fingers, the divine Dao bug landed on Suyu. Elder Qingyan continued, Don't move. After 10 breaths, If you have the possibility of breaking through to the cave world venerable, the divine Tao bug will light up a color. If not, it means that you are not qualified. Then, I am sorry to say that I cannot agree to Qingqing marrying you. Murong Qingqing's snowy eyes stared at the divine Tao bug, and it was not difficult to see the nervousness in her eyes. If she was asked if she was willing to marry Shuiyu, the answer would naturally be no. The one she really liked was Shuiyu's brother, Shuilei. Someone with talent and a promising future was the kind of person she was willing to marry. As for marrying Shuiyu, she only felt uncomfortable all over, and her mood was extremely gloomy. Fortunately, Elder Qingyan tried his best to stop it. What was even more gratifying was that Shuiyu had somehow lost his mind and agreed to the talent test. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed, as if she could already see the scene of Shuiyu's failure, his face full of frustration and dejection. As she thought of this, her face was filled with a long-lost sweet smile of relief. However, the result was not as everyone had predicted. The divine Tao bug reacted. As soon as it landed on Suyu, the divine Tao bug seemed to be greatly stimulated. It shrieked incessantly, and a pair of 5-colored wings flapped desperately, emitting 5 different colors all over its body. The strange scene caused everyone to be astonished. Strange. Is this divine Tao bug sick? Normally, even if the examinee's divine path was newly formed, only one color would flash, representing the type of divine path. Occasionally, there were heaven's prides who cultivated 2 divine paths at the same time, who would show 2 colors. However, what did it mean when all 5 colors flashed at the same time? Cultivating 5 divine paths at the same time? And each of them was very mature. Is this possible? Ever since I was young, I've never heard of an existence capable of cultivating 3 kinds of divine Tao at all. Elder Qingyan looked puzzled as well. He asked, "What did you do to this bug?" Suyu shrugged. "The bug is yours. How could I have done anything to it?" The divine Tao bug had sensed the 8,000 divine paths sleeping in Suyu's body, so it was naturally very excited. Elder Qingyan sucked the bug into his palm and examined it carefully. There was no problem. Murong Feng tried to smooth things over. "Qingyan, that's enough. Don't be presumptuous. Even if the divine Tao bug's test results are problematic, since it can flash colors, it must have the talent to break through to the cave world venerable level. There has never been an exception since ancient times." Although Elder Qingyan was unwilling, he could only watch helplessly. The divine Tao bug was indeed like that, and the test results had never been false. This Shuiyu, for some reason, the test results were a little different from the rumors. How incredible! Wasn't there a long time ago that Shuiyu had mediocre qualifications and couldn't pass the test of the divine Tao bug? I find it strange, too. This isn't a secret, is it? Could the rumors be wrong? The butler who had come along with them was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that the master of the family had personally tested with the divine Tao bug. At that time, the divine Tao bug hadn't reacted at all. How could it be now? After thinking about it, he could only attribute the reason to the divine Tao bug before him. There was something wrong with it. 99% of the people who thought the same thing as him. Murong Qingqing's eyes were dull, as if she had fallen into great despair. Her expression was miserable. Wisps of desolation and grievance shot toward Suyu along with her eyes. Suyu, on the other hand, took the contract document with a calm expression and handed it to Murong Feng. Murong Feng smiled. Although there were twists and turns, the result was not beyond his control. However, right at that moment, a shapeless sword light pierced through the sky and brushed past Suyu's cheek, nailing the document in his hand to the ground. Insolence. Murong Feng was furious as he looked up. 2 figures, one old and one young, stood high up in the sky. When he saw them clearly, Murong Feng's anger subsided. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly, "So it's the divine Feather Clan." The 2 figures each had a pair of pure white wings. Their hair was snow white, and they looked elegant and noble. They were the famous Divine Clan in the Constellation Sea. They were a 6th grade clan, the Divine Feather Clan. The Divine Feather Clan was not weak in the Constellation Sea. They were superior to the Morong and Shwe families. Among the hundreds of forces in this area, they were undoubtedly one of the 3 most powerful families. In contrast, the other 2 barely managed to squeeze into the top 10. The old Divine Feather Clan did not say a word. He only chuckled as he stood guard beside the young Divine Feather Clan member. The young Divine Feather Clan member said with an arrogant expression, "Morong family master, you would rather marry Chin-Ching to a piece of trash than marry me?" The young master of the Divine Feather Clan, Tuobaluan, had pleaded with the Morong family many times to marry Morong Chin-Ching. Morong Chin-Ching was very willing, because in terms of fame, future, and talent, Tuobaluan was better than Shwele. Marrying him was the dream of almost every young girl. Unexpectedly, after being rejected several times, he showed up in the end to stop her personally. Morong Chin-Ching was overjoyed, and she cried tears of joy. Morong Fong coldly stared at Elder Blue Cloud, and the latter's mouth curled into an imperceptible smile. Evidently, he had been stalling for time to wait for the arrival of the Divine Feather Clan. Morong Fong said indifferently, "Although your Divine Feather Clan is powerful, you're not powerful enough to interfere with the internal affairs of my Morong family, right? Do you know that your actions are already considered a provocation? It is enough for my Morong family to declare war on you." Tuobaluan laughed arrogantly and confidently. "If your Morong family has the guts, why don't you try attacking my Star Palace?" "Impudent!" Morong Fong roared. Tuobaluan ignored the threat and said indifferently, "Junior is merely speaking the truth." Morong Fang's eyes slightly squinted, but he could not refute. It was because he indeed did not have the guts. The gap between the 2 sides was too big. If the Morong family really did this, it would be suicide. "I came today only to take Morong Chin-Ching away. Didn't your Morong family want a marriage? My Divine Feather Clan will bestow you one." Tuobaluan threw down a stack of documents, which had the clan seal of the Divine Feather Clan. As long as Morong Fong left the Morong family seal, the marriage between the Morong family and the Divine Feather Clan could be concluded. Morong Chin-Ching's heart was pounding with happiness, but she did not forget to look at Elder Blue Cloud with gratitude. "Chin-Chang, come with me. Be my Tuobaluan's wife." Tuobaluan sucked in the air and took Morong Chin-Ching away. However, at that moment, a low voice slowly floated over from below. "Sir, don't you think you're looking down on me?" Su Yu was like a speck of dust that had been ignored, speaking in his own voice. He wiped the blood on his cheeks, which had been scratched by the sword light, and raised his eyes slightly. A trace of coldness blossomed in his eyes. Shadowless Sword. Chapter 1583. Tuobaluan seemed to have just noticed Suyu, casting a condescending glance at him. His eyelids drooped slightly, his brows slightly arched, looking extremely contemptuous. "You are Shweyu, the toad lusting after swan meat, aren't you?" Tuobaluan said lightly, "Give me a reason to take you seriously." "Because you are weak, or because you are pitiful, or because you are the 2nd young master of the Shwe family." Sighing, Tuobaluan said, "Why are there always so many people in this world who think too highly of themselves and do not open their eyes to see the world? I, Tuobaluan, have no obligation to take you seriously, do you understand?" So you did not say a word. In the eyes of others, he was speechless. Only he knew that he did not want to respond. "Young Master Shwe." Morong Chin-Chang walked with light steps, arriving in front of him and bowing slightly. "I am grateful for the love you have shown me. But if you truly love me, please don't ruin my future, okay? One of you is still far away from becoming a Cavern World Master, and the other is already a level 3 Cavern World Master, and the future successor of the Feather God Clan. Chin-Ching can imagine who will be the happiest with. I hope you can let me go, young master." Morong Chin-Ching said firmly, "If you want me to kneel and beg you, I will not hesitate to do so. Such resolute words were a disgrace to any man. However, Su Yu's face was calm and indifferent, and he said leisurely, "Then kneel." His words startled Morong Chingching, and her snow-like eyes flickered with anger. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was trying to provoke her. Morong Chingching was a proud and noble lady. How could she kneel to a person, and a mediocre one at that? "Young Master Shui, are you trying to make things difficult for me?" Morong Chingching asked. Su Yu looked at her, and his eyes focused on her for the first time. He said lightly, "You said it yourself. I did not force you to kneel and beg me." Beside him, Elder Qingyan raised his brows and bellowed, "Shui Yu, don't be presumptuous. If Morong Chingching kneels to you, how can she keep her face?" Su Yu laughed. "Face? Let me ask you, you obstructed the engagement 3 times, and even invited outsiders to take my fiancé away in public. Have you ever considered my face? Your Morong family's women have dignity, but my Shui family's people are despicable and shameless. Do you think you can do whatever you want to me?" Su Yu retorted sharply. At this point, it had already escalated to the face of the 2 great families. If Su Yu retreated and returned to the Shui family, he would not have a good ending. Morong Feng's expression was gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, "Enough! All of you shut up!" The shout was filled with the boundless divine power of a level 1 world venerable in a cave abode. It shocked Elder Green Cloud so much that his eyelids twitched. The elder from the Feather God race stood in front of Tuobalin, his eyes filled with wariness. After all, he was the patriarch of a large clan. If he really showed his might, who would dare to look down on him? Morong Fong stared at Tuobalin and the old man as he said coldly, "Both of you, if you're here to observe the marriage ceremony between Morong clan and Shui clan, Morong Fong welcomes you. If they deliberately came to cause trouble, don't blame me for not knowing who the young master of the Feather God race is." His fierce words made the old man even more fearful. He secretly suppressed Tuobalin, who was about to explode. Morong Fong swept his eyes across and stared coldly at Elder Green Cloud. He said, "I have been patient enough with you. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for disregarding seniority in the clan and punishing you according to the clan rules." Elder Green Cloud clenched his fists. In the end, he did not dare to disobey. Instead, he glared at Su Yu with hatred in his eyes. He did not dare to vent his hatred on Morong Fong. He only dared to resent Su Yu. Morong Fong said, "Let the marriage ceremony continue." He took the document and stamped the big seal on it in a simple and efficient manner. The document had been completed, and the marriage ceremony had been set. Morong Chingching's face was deathly pale, and her whole body was trembling. The greatest anger she had ever felt was that she had given hope only to be disappointed. If Tuobalin had not interfered, Morong Chingching would have accepted her fate. However, the result made her extremely indignant. "I don't want to." Morong Chingching's fingers dug into her palms as she screamed. Her snowy eyes were filled with hatred as she pointed at Su Yu and said, "I, Morong Chingching, do not want to marry such a good-for-nothing. I can't become a Cavern World Master, and I can't get the position of the Shui family's master. I can only be an elder of the Shui family in the future. If I follow him, how can I have a day of success?" Morong Feng's eyes turned cold. He shook his sleeves, and a huge force slapped Morong Chingching away. "Bastard!" Cough! Morong Chingching coughed out a few drops of blood, but her eyes were still stubborn. "I don't accept this. I don't want to. I will never marry such a good-for-nothing. Guards, punish him according to the family rules." Morong Fong was thoroughly enraged. At that moment, Su Yu, the instigator, said, "Master, please wait." Morong Fong said apologetically, "I have embarrassed myself in front of young Master Shui. I, Morong Fong, have failed to manage my family properly. I have raised such a shameless junior." Su Yu put his hands behind his back and said no. I think what Miss Morong said is not unreasonable. From her standpoint, who would want to marry a mediocre person? Ugh! No one had expected Su Yu to speak up for Morong Chingcheng. Morong Fong thought for a moment and immediately found a way out. He did not want to become a laughingstock during an engagement ceremony. Therefore, he snorted at Morong Chingcheng. Did you see that? You injured young Master Xue with your rude words. But not only did he not hold it against you, he even spoke up for you. For his sake, I will let you go this time. Go back and reflect on your actions. You are not allowed to leave the mansion. Unfortunately, not only did Su Yu's persuasion fail to ease the tension between them, it was Su Yu's mockery in Morong Chingcheng's eyes. With a bitter laugh, Morong Chingcheng yelled, "You with the surname Xue, you want me, Morong Chingcheng, to marry a mediocre person like you? Dream on." Anger rose in her heart. Morong Chingcheng took out a wave-shaped crystal sword out of nowhere and stabbed it at Su Yu from a close distance. The body of the sword contained the divine power of a level 1 world venerable. Unless one was a world venerable, it would be impossible to block this sword. Morong Feng's pupils shrank. He became anxious and yelled angrily, "Bile spawn! How dare you!" If Xue Yu was really killed by his fiancée in the Morong family, he would become a laughing stock. The two clans would become a blood feud. The anger in his heart was unimaginable. However, Morong Chingcheng pulled out the sword so suddenly that no one expected it, so he could not react in time. Seeing that Su Yu was about to be killed by the sword, Su Yu himself was calm. His hands, which were originally behind his back, only lowered his right hand, and a simple and unadorned divine sword fell from his sleeve. Holding the divine sword in his hand, Su Yu immediately displayed his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship could not be considered brilliant, but it was exquisite in its shrewdness, uniqueness, simplicity, and cleverness. It was originally an ordinary divine sword, but it was like a high-level spiritual sword, carrying with it a wonderful sword will. Su Yu thrust the sword back, and it landed on the hilt of Morong Chingcheng's sword. The hilt of the sword shook violently, and Morong Chingcheng felt as if she had been electrocuted, and the sword fell from her hand. The sword in Su Yu's hand reversed in the air. The tip of the sword was originally sliding towards her throat, but the hilt changed and it hit her shoulder. Puff! Her lips parted, and she spat out a mouthful of blood again, her body flying backward. "Be **starred. How dare you hurt my Chingcheng?" Elder Qingyan felt sorry for his granddaughter, and he was instantly enraged. He caught Morong Chingcheng and pulled out a black and white divine sword from his back. The sword contained a great sword will, and it added 30% sharpness to the sword energy. Coupled with his strength as a level 2 Cavern World Senior. Under this sword, the probability of a level 1 Cavern World Senior losing his life was as high as 90%. However, what surprised the onlookers was that not only did Xue Yu not escape, but he also charged forward with his sword. Even Elder Qingyan was extremely surprised. He did not dare to really kill Xue Yu because he knew the severity of the consequences better than Morong Chingcheng. However, it was too late for him to retract his sword, and his face turned extremely ugly. Demonic moon revolving style! Su Yu bellowed, and the spiritual sword in his hand swept out, drawing an extremely mysterious trajectory in the air. A circular sword arc was born from that trajectory, and it swept out. Clang! Elder Qingyun's black and white divine sword was instantly counterattacked, and after a few shakes it fell from his hand. The remaining sword energy pierced through Elder Qingyun, cutting his clothes into strips, and his purple gold crown was sent flying. His black hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. Elder Qingyun froze on the spot, as if he was in a dream. He could not believe what had just happened. Morong Fong, who was rushing to the rescue, also stopped in his tracks and stared at Su Yu in shock. The onlookers were also shocked by the strange scene in front of them, and they stood rooted to the spot. After a long while, there were gasps of surprise. What? Did I see it wrong? He actually gained the upper hand with a single sword strike? That is not the point. The point is that he is only a level 4 mortal fairy. Murong Qingqing is a level 1 Cavern World Senior, and Elder Qingyan is a level 2 Cavern World Senior. The difference between a mortal fairy and a Cavern World Senior was like heaven and earth. There were many cases of people surpassing levels to win in the same realm, but such a great victory was unheard of. Tuoba Luin, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes, and it was not difficult to see the shock on his face. The elder of the Feather God clan also narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "What a mysterious sword technique! It seems to be even more brilliant than the inherited sword technique of the Feather God clan." Su Yu stunned everyone with a single sword strike. He put away his long sword expressionlessly and looked at Murong Qingqing. The ancients say that the river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. How did you know that I would be stagnant in the past? Everyone sighed with emotion. Before this, Elder Qingyan had solemnly tested Xueyu to see if he had the potential to become a Cavern World Senior. The result was that he already had the strength of a Cavern World Senior, and he was comparable to a level 2 Cavern World Senior. What made people feel that the world was unpredictable was that Murong Qingqing kept saying that Xueyu was mediocre and had a dim future. But in reality, she was not even a match for Su Yu. Moreover, since ancient times, how could a genius who could defeat a Cavern World Senior as a mortal fairy be mediocre in the future? At least, Tuoba Luin and Xue Lei of the same generation had never done it. Murong Qingqing was more resentful than surprised, because she had lost face in front of everyone. She raised her snow-white eyes, gritted her snow-white teeth, and said stubbornly, "I admit that I underestimated you, but so what? You are still not as good as Tuoba Luin, and you are not as good as your brother Xue Lei. You can have my body in this life, but you can never have my heart." Everyone sighed silently. How could the proud Murong Qingqing lower her head on such an occasion? Her reaction was not unexpected at all. Chapter 1584. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Murong Qingqing was extremely beautiful and famous. Which young man wouldn't be interested in her? That's not right. I've heard that Xue Yu has been in love with her for a long time. What's going on now? Isn't that simple? Let me ask you, if the woman you love is clinging to another man right in front of you, would you still publicly announce that you still love her? Oh, I get it. He's a young man after all. He wants dignity and face. Since Murong Qingqing embarrassed him, he naturally wouldn't let her have it easy. Hearing the discussion, Murong Qingqing felt humiliated. She stared at Su Yu with hatred. "I hate you." Su Yu shrugged, not caring at all. "Take Murong Qingqing to the wall reflection room. She's not allowed to come out for a year." Murong Feng yelled. He then stared at the Feather God clan's guests and said, "You too, the ceremony is over. Go do what you need to do. Forgive Murong Feng for not being able to keep you company." After saying this, he led his clansmen and Su Yu back to the mansion. Tuoba Luin's expression flickered, especially when he looked at Su Yu. The old man beside him sighed lightly. "Qingyun is a fool, but Murong Feng is very shrewd. He won't fall for our tricks easily. Breaking up the alliance between the Murong and Xue family will be impossible unless Murong Feng is also a fool." Tuoba Luin's eyes revealed a depth that didn't match his age. If not for Xueyu hiding his strength so deeply, we might have succeeded. In the end, Murong Feng didn't want Murong Qingqing to be ruined by marrying Xueyu. However, after Xueyu revealed his hidden strength, Murong Feng's attitude clearly changed. "Young master, let's go back and report. The alliance between the Murong and Xue family is unstoppable. We should also think about whether we should look for an alliance in the cave of 10,000 dragons in a year." Tuoba Luin's eyes revealed unwillingness. "Humph! Alliance won't be that easy." In the Murong mansion, Murong Feng's tone was much warmer. He tried to ask Su Yu about the origin of his sword arts, but Su Yu gave him vague answers. After talking for a while, Murong Fong couldn't get any useful information, so he couldn't help but secretly praise Su Yu, who said that Xue Lei was the only talent in the Xue family. The second son, Xue Yu, was also a rare talent. He had hidden his strength for more than 10 years without leaking any information. From this, one could tell that he was good at enduring. At this moment, Murong Fong felt that it was rather strenuous to converse with him. It was as if he was not talking to a young man, but an old monster that had lived for tens of millions of years. Not only had he failed to dig out Su Yu's secrets, but Su Yu had also unearthed many of his secrets. Sigh, Xue Yuntian is really lucky to have cultivated 2 outstanding juniors. Unlike me, Sai. Murong Fong sighed emotionally. After spending some more time with Han Xian, Su Yu stood up and took his leave. Murong Feng's expression turned serious. He dismissed everyone except for Su Yu. Nephew, Xiao Yuntian should have instructed you to bring something back this time, right? Su Yu did not know what was going on. He nodded calmly. Yes. Murong Fong did not suspect anything. He took out an old geomantic compass. It seemed to be quite old. This is the dragon-seeking plate that your father Xiao Yuntian and I found back then. It originated from the 10,000 Dragon Cave. Take it back and give it to your father. 10,000 Dragon Cave? Where was that? Su Yu did not understand. He accepted the dragon-seeking plate calmly. You have just offended the divine Feather Clan. I am worried that they will not let you off the hook on your return trip. So I have sent a few elders from the clan to escort you in secret, Murong Fong said. Su Yu nodded. Thank you, Murong family master. There is no time to lose. I feel that it is wiser to set off immediately. I'm ready. Go. Soon, for level 2 elders accompanied Su Yu into the Sea of Constellations. Murong Fong sent them off, saying, For elders, this trip may not be peaceful. You must not leave your side and protect your nephew. We understand. The 4 elders knew the importance of protecting Su Yu and did not dare be careless. The Ice and Fire spaceship was activated. It immediately sped through the endless sea of constellations, heading straight for the island where the Xue family was. 3 months later, they were only a month away from the Xue family. The crew heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, the Disordered Star Island is just ahead. Is there anything you need to purchase? The housekeeper asked. The Disordered Star Island was the largest black market in the area. There were countless people from all walks of life. But it was also because of this that they could buy rare items that were hard to find in the market. Xue Yu used to come here often in search of a secret technique to break through to the Cavern World Master level. The housekeeper knew what was bothering Xue Yu, so he reminded him. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then said, The spaceship will hide by the shore. I will enter the island with the 4 elders. The housekeeper will follow. The rest of you will wait on the ship. The Disordered Star Island was made up of the wreckage of many giant ships. There were many living creatures on the island, and there were all kinds of races. Su Yu chose a remote port and entered the island. Who is the most famous weapon dealer here? Su Yu asked the housekeeper. He did not have a suitable weapon and was looking for one. The housekeeper was familiar with the place and said, The official dealer on the surface is naturally the Starry Pavilion. They have businesses all over the Sea of Constellations. But if it is the black market, it is the master of the Disordered Star Island, the king of the Disordered Star. The former has a legitimate source of goods, so there is no need to worry. The latter has good quality and low price, but they will not be responsible for taking the goods away. Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, Let's go to the Starry Pavilion. His strength had not reached its peak yet, so he wanted to save as much trouble as possible. Ugh, young master, items from the Star Pavilion are very expensive. The butler looked troubled. Su Yu was startled. The butler said, Young master, you don't have much left. As the second young master, he didn't even have the money to buy a divine weapon? Isn't this a little too strange? It wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he pretended to know and nodded. Yes, I know, but it's good to go and take a look. That won't be a problem. The butler breathed a sigh of relief. The Stellar Tower was located in the northern region of the Chaotic Star Island, opposite the Chaotic Star King's southern palace. Young master, the rules of the Star Pavilion are still the same. No one is allowed to fight after entering. Otherwise, no one will be able to walk out, the butler reminded. The Star Pavilion had a powerful background, and no one knew who was behind it. However, their shops could be found everywhere in the Sea of Constellations. Just think about it, in a place like the Sea of Constellations where all sorts of good and bad people mix together, for them to be able to obtain the tacit approval of the three great divine realm sovereigns at the same time and wantonly expand. How small could their background be? Of course, in the beginning, those in the Sea of Constellations who were stubborn and unruly naturally didn't believe it. However, none of the troublemakers in any of the starry pavilions were able to leave alive. It was said that there was once an overlord-level heavenly venerable who lost his temper in an ordinary star pavilion because of a trivial matter. In the end, he never came out again. After that incident, the outlaws of the Sea of Constellations were in awe of the Star Pavilion, and no one dared to provoke it. Later, many forces wanted to befriend the Star Pavilion, but they were all rejected without exception. It was like a transcendent force embedded in the Sea of Constellations, neither provoking others nor befriending anyone. Su Yu said understood. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to cause trouble. Stepping into the Star Pavilion, it was indeed orderly. The hustle and bustle of the other shops had completely disappeared. Some sneaky thieves also didn't dare to step into the Star Pavilion. The reverence the Sea of Constellations had for this place was clearly felt. Su Yu came to the weapon shop, and the person in charge of the counter was a slightly plump businessman with a warm smile on his face. Looking at this person, Su Yu couldn't help but remember that he had met a businessman named Hu Shaodai in the Blue Mountains of Jiuzhou. The two of them relied on elixirs to earn a lot of crystals. Then the two said goodbye, and Su Yu gave him a sum of money. After that, there was no news of him. Now that he thought about it, he had either turned into dust or was hidden in the boundless world. A thought flashed through his mind, and Su Yu asked him, "I want to see some handy divine weapons." The chubby merchant looked at the 4 level 2 Cavern World seniors who were always by Su Yu's side and was secretly surprised. This man should be the young master of some great family. Even when he goes out, he is protected by 4 great men. The smile on his face was immediately full. "Young master, what level of divine weapon do you want? Is it spirit level, saint level, or emperor level?" "Show me first," Su Yu said. After the introduction of the slightly plump businessman, Su Yu suddenly understood. The so-called spirit-level weapon was the so-called spiritual artifact in the ancient god realm of 9 dragons, and the saint-level weapon was the fairy artifact in the ancient god realm. The so-called emperor level was the emperor-based saint artifact in the ancient god realm. However, even in Taichu, emperor-based saint artifacts were not everywhere. The emperor level referred to here was the imitation of the emperor-based saint artifact. The real emperor-based saint artifact was called the true emperor weapon. After understanding this, Su Yu looked at the price. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. The price of the lowest spiritual artifact was as high as 100 Taichu dollars. The Taichu dollar was the unified currency of the Taichu realm and could be used everywhere. Usually, a level 4 mortal fairy could only earn 100 Taichu dollars after working hard for a year. For example, a Cavern World venerable, like the butler, only earned 1,000 Taichu dollars a year. After deducting expenses, there was almost nothing left. Su Yu suddenly felt embarrassed. He couldn't even afford a spiritual artifact. At this time, several strong figures walked out of the deeper part of the material market. The leader was a young man with a strong body and the power of thunder in his body. He looked straight ahead and walked straight out of the pavilion. When he passed by Su Yu, He stopped and squinted at Suyu with a fake smile. Second brother, what a coincidence to meet you here. When the butler saw this, his face changed, and he hurriedly saluted. Greetings, young master. He looked terrified and awed. Young master? His identity was revealed. Shuele. Su-yu said calmly, yes, what a coincidence. Shuele was slightly puzzled. In the past, when Shui saw him, he would either feel inferior or restless. This was the first time he had seen such a calm expression. He said, Haha, I was lucky enough to not fail you. I have bought all the yellow spring flowers. What about you? Have you enjoyed the generous hospitality of the Morong family? Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Shui, you would be put in a difficult position if you went to the Morong family. Shui Lei's words were naturally sarcastic. Fortunately, they are still polite to me, Suyu said calmly. The butler thought to himself. It was more than polite, it was courteous. The second young master's stunning performance had amazed everyone. Then what are you doing here? Buying a divine weapon? Shui Lei glanced at the counter and teased. Have you forgotten that you still owe me 30,000 Taichu dollars? When will you have the money to buy a divine weapon? Chapter 1585. To avoid being exposed, Suyu said calmly, Can I just look around? Shaking his head, Shui Lei said, This place is not for a penniless person like you. Hearing his words, the chubby merchant's expression towards Suyu became much colder. He said with a faint smile, Mr. Shui, there is a batch of special items that need to be dealt with. I wonder if you are interested. What was a special item? It was a defective item that could not be sold. The butler was furious. What do you mean? Are you looking down on our second young master? The 4 level 2 Cavern World seniors also stared at the merchant with dissatisfaction. His words were somewhat insulting. But even though they were angry, they did not dare to cause trouble here. The chubby merchant was still smiling. I was just giving you a small suggestion. If Mr. Shui is not satisfied, you can look for another place. This counter does not accept credit. Such a tone and manner of speaking were really infuriating. Haha. Shui Lei laughed and patted Su-yu's shoulder. Second brother, I have met the cabinet master of this place a few times, and we can be considered to be friends. Do you want me to plead for you and let you borrow a weapon? Su-yu was unfazed and said calmly, You don't have to worry about me. He looked at the chubby merchant. Where are the special items? The chubby merchant was secretly disdainful. He impatiently threw over a small cavern world and said lazily, They are all inside. Feel free to look around. Su-yu was in the mood to use a weapon. He would use any weapon he could, and there was no room for niceties. He only had 80 Taichu dollars on him, which was just enough to buy a special item. Su-yu could not help but be disappointed as he scanned through them. As expected of a special offer, almost all of them were damaged, and not a single one was complete. When Shui Lei saw this, he smiled and said, Second brother, it's better to put a divine weapon on credit. You're not the only one who wants to find treasures in the special offer. These items have already been flipped through countless times. If there really is something good, it won't be yours. What kind of place was the Random Star Island? It was a place where crooks and honest people mixed together. There were countless opportunists. There were as many people as the hairs on a cow trying to find something valuable from the defective goods of the Star Pavilion. Unfortunately, there were countless experts gathered in the Star Pavilion, and no one could compare to them in the art of treasure appraisal. Those that were deemed defective by them would definitely lose a lot of value, and there were few exceptions. As time passed, no one paid attention to this. Su-yu turned a deaf ear to him. He retracted his gaze and was about to return the item. Suddenly, his powerful soul felt a tingling pain, and he couldn't help but glance at the cavern world again. After examining it carefully, Su-yu discovered a broken sword with a chip on its blade. The body of the sword was rusty, and the material was extremely ordinary. In terms of grade, it could only be regarded as a low-grade spiritual weapon. Among the divine weapons in the cavern world, it was the lowest existence. Is it this sword? Suyu couldn't help but doubt his own senses. However, after many years of experience, Suyu had developed a habit of patience. He would not make a decision easily until the very end. After pondering for a moment, Suyu wrapped his soul around the sword and tried it carefully. At first, there was nothing special about it, but gradually Suyu felt a slight pain in his soul, as if ants were gnawing on it. At the edge of the broken blade, there was a faint glimmer of elegant moonlight. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he immediately retracted his soul. However, he did not immediately roll up the sword. Instead, he chose a broken imperial divine weapon and looked pleasantly surprised. Haha, I want the sword. Shopkeeper, how much is it? The shopkeeper was bewildered. Could it be that Suyu had found a divine weapon that he had missed? He couldn't help but look at the divine weapon. It was a spear, engraved with a complex script. A strange look crossed his face as he said, 8,000 Taichu coins. Only 1,000? Suyu was shocked, and the joy on his face deepened. I didn't expect the heaven-splitting spear of the Heavenly Bull tribe, a fifth-rate divine tribe, to fall into my hands. All right, shopkeeper, I want the spear. Heavenly Bull tribe? Xue Lei sneered coldly. Second brother, if you want to trick me into buying this piece of scrap iron, please use some clever means. I didn't know that you were proficient in the language of the foreign tribes. Unexpectedly, after the shopkeeper looked at it, he stared at Suyu in surprise. TSK, I didn't expect someone to recognize the heaven-splitting spear. If I had known, I would have offered a price of 2,000. If this item fell into the hands of an expert, it would be worth more than 2,000. Really? Xue Lei frowned and looked at Suyu in surprise. He thought for a moment, then stared at the heaven-splitting spear, his eyes burning. Is what shopkeeper said true? The shopkeeper glanced at him, his face darkening. The Starry Pavilion has a clear rule that every word spoken to a customer in the pavilion is not to contain any lies. Good. I want the heaven-splitting spear. Xue Lei licked his lips. 1,000 Taichu coins had been obtained, and he had sold it for a profit of more than 1,000 Taichu coins. This was not a business that one would see often. The shopkeeper said, the Starry Pavilion has a rule that belongs to whoever sees it first. Him. He has to be rich first. Xue Lei said. The shopkeeper looked at Suyu. Suyu said, can I buy it on credit? The shopkeeper shook his head. The Starry Pavilion has a rule that no credit is allowed. Young Master Xue, the heaven-splitting spear is yours. Xue Lei laughed, took out 1,000 Taichu coins, and made the deal on the spot. He patted Suyu's shoulder and said, Ha! Thanks to you, second brother, I can earn 1,000 Taichu coins out of nowhere. His tone was full of humor. Suyu clenched his fists and glared at him angrily. He looked around the cavern world for a while before taking out a rusty iron sword with a helpless look. A sword forged by the 9th-rated tribe, Water Lady tribe, low-grade spirit level. Considering the damage, it's not even a spirit level. The shopkeeper sized it up and made a judgment. 30 Taichu coins. Suyu took out the remaining 80 Taichu coins and reluctantly took out 30. Ding ding dang dang. However, Xue Lei was one step ahead. He threw 30 Taichu coins on the table and said with a smile, You're welcome. Take it as a reward of 1,000 Taichu coins for me. The shopkeeper saw this and secretly sympathized. At the same time, the young master of the Xue family, Xue Lei, bullied Xueyu. Not only did he snatch away the heaven-splitting spear, but he also bullied Xueyu everywhere. It was hard for Xueyu to survive until this day. Thank you, big brother. Strangely, Suyu suddenly smiled and grabbed the Taichu sword. He asked the shopkeeper, The Starry Pavilion won't go back on their word and take back the items that were sold, right? The shopkeeper was surprised and suspicious. He said, The Starry Pavilion has a clear rule that it will never be taken back. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "However, the Starry Pavilion has another clear rule. The pavilion has the right to reappraise the damaged weapons selected by the customers. Otherwise, you have to tell us your findings in person. Otherwise, we have the right to take them back." "Is that so?" Su Yu put down the iron sword with a faint smile on his face. Xue Lei, who had been complacent, suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. Could Xue Yu have discovered something else? Thinking of the heaven-splitting spear, Xue Lei's good mood turned gloomy. "Shopkeeper, is it possible to condense moonlight?" Su Yu asked. The shopkeeper was startled and said, "Yes." As a world senior, it was not difficult for the shopkeeper to create moonlight with his divine strength. With a wave of his sleeve, a clear moonlight shone on the iron sword. All of a sudden, the damaged part of the iron sword responded, shining with beautiful moonlight. Su Yu clenched his fist and hammered on the iron sword, smashing the rust on its surface and revealing the original body of the iron sword. It was an ordinary iron sword with a dark color. After taking a closer look, Su Yu grasped the hilt of the iron sword and gave it a hard pull. With a click, he pulled out a long sword that was condensed with moonlight from within the iron sword. The sword light was misty, elegant, and beautiful, like a beautiful woman. The shopkeeper was shocked. Mother-child sword. The so-called mother-child sword was a sword hidden within a sword. It looked like an ordinary iron sword on the outside, but inside it was a special moonlight sword. Wait, could this sword be? The shopkeeper fixed his eyes on the sword, and some information flashed through his mind. He was shocked. Could it be the imperial divine sword left by the Water Lady tribe, Beauty Under the Moon? Imperial divine sword. Xue Lei was shocked. Staring at the divine sword surrounded by moonlight, he could not believe his ears. The shopkeeper was deeply moved, and the way he looked at Su Yu changed. If finding the heaven-splitting spear was luck, could finding the beauty under the moon also be luck? This iron sword had been tested by the experts of the Starry Pavilion in countless ways and was confirmed to be a low-grade spiritual artifact. However, they had never thought of using moonlight to test it. But Su Yu knew. "Mr. Xue, you are really a god. I admire you," the shopkeeper said. "Now, this beauty under the moon belongs to Mr. Xue." Su Yu nodded and put it away without hesitation. When he turned around, he met Xue Lei's eyes and said, "Thank you, big brother, for the 30 Taichu coins." When he finished speaking, he left the Starry Pavilion and went straight to the ice-fire ship that was parked outside the island. The shopkeeper was very proud. He walked past the gloomy Xue Lei with his head held high and jogged to catch up. He was Xue Yu's personal housekeeper. Over the years, he had been implicated and bullied. Today, he felt like he had turned over a new leaf. If he had to describe the feeling, it would be that he was overjoyed. After catching up to Xue Yu, the butler was grinning from ear to ear. The joy in his heart could not be concealed even if he wanted to. Haha, second young master has gained a lot of face. To think that the great young master is so arrogant, and in the end he spent money to buy an emperor-grade divine sword for second young master. This old servant thinks that he might not be able to calm down for a whole month. Su Yu smiled faintly, unconcerned. However, I don't understand. Why did second young master expose the heaven-splitting spear? The housekeeper said regretfully. Second young master did not do anything. I could have tried to raise money for young master to buy it later. The purchase and sale cost more than 1,000 Taichu coins. Now it all belongs to the young master. The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled up, and he smiled elegantly. Do you think I am such an impetuous person? The housekeeper was startled and said thoughtfully no. He might have been in the past, but the Morong family seemed to have been reborn. They were calm and composed, as if they had become another person. That is, do you really think the heaven-splitting spear is so easy to sell? Su Yu chuckled. The weapon of the Heavenly Bull tribe is different from the weapons of ordinary races. Only those with the bloodline of the Heavenly Bull tribe can activate it. In other words, unless the Heavenly Bull tribe buys it, no one else can use it. Xue Lei was anxious to embarrass me, so he did not try to activate the spear. He bought it carelessly, and if he wanted to sell it, he would have to find a fool to buy it. The housekeeper could not help but burst into laughter. So this thing is destined to rot in the hands of the young master? As far as I know, the last time there were traces of the Heavenly Bull tribe in the sea area was hundreds of years ago. Su Yu smiled faintly and flew out of the island. When he arrived at the ice and fire ship, the servants were already waiting quietly. However, the silence was a little strange. They did not say a word, and their bodies were tense, waiting for orders. Chapter 1586. On the cabin, a divine light flickered and said indifferently, "Of course it's your big brother." As a level 3 Cavern World Senior, Xue Lei's speed was far superior to Su Yu's. The butler asked, "Young master, do you want to return to the clan with us?" Xue Lei crossed his arms in front of his chest, his legs slightly apart, and his eyelids slightly drooped. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes as he said indifferently, "I've bought some valuable items and need to send them back to my clan in time. Therefore, I'm borrowing your Icefire spaceship." The butler said, "It's fine, we're willing to bring the young master back with us, but I don't want to go back with you." Xue Lei's gaze turned cold. He stared at Su Yu and slowly said, "Your cultivation levels are too weak. If you were to encounter danger on the way, wouldn't you be a burden? Therefore, I will borrow the ice and fire spaceship. As for you, you can use the small boat that I came with." He casually threw down an ordinary boat that could only fit a few people. The butler was inwardly furious. This was going too far. Xue Lei was obviously taking revenge to redeem his reputation. However, Su Yu's attitude was indifferent. He hopped onto the flying boat expressionlessly, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and said indifferently, "Housekeeper, you take the helm." The butler felt bitter in his heart, feeling that Xue Yu was not worth it. But he understood that Xue Lei was currently looking for an excuse to punish Xue Yu, and if he were to go against Xue Yu head-on, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Suppressing his anger, the butler steered the small boat out of the Scattered Stars Island. Xue Lei stared at Su Yu's back coldly, grunted, and returned to the cabin. The speed of the ice and fire-flying ship was extremely fast, breaking through the waves of the Sea of Constellations. In the blink of an eye, it was far away from chaotic Star Island, entering the uninhabited and desolate sea. Night fell. Several strange boats chased after the ice and fire ship. All of them were dressed in black, with masks covering their faces. Shadowless swords hung on their waists. The leading black-clothed man had a sharp gaze as he ordered in a low voice, "Destroy them in one strike!" The 10 black-clothed men took out a pure white feather at the same time. Lightning flickered within the feathers. They threw it out at the same time. The feathers gathered in the air and turned into a dazzling bird that swooped down on the ice and fire ship. With a deafening roar, the bird exploded violently. The ice and fire spaceship was instantly blown into 2 pieces and quickly sank into the sea. Kill. Don't leave anyone alive. The leader took out his shadowless sword and charged forward to reap the lives of those who fell into the water. A series of screams resounded in the dark and cold water. Bang! Right at this moment, a black-clothed man who was flying across the surface of the water was suddenly grabbed by a hand that stretched out from the water and crushed to death. The leader of the black-clothed men paid close attention to the surface of the water. When he noticed the anomaly, he threw down a white feather. Bang! There was a muffled sound under the water, and the waves rolled. A severed arm surged up along with the waves. "There's an expert. Get into the water and kill him." The black-clothed man shouted coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 black-clothed figures dove into the water like waterbirds. Soon the blood was boiling. The leader's expression relaxed slightly. Then, a figure with a broken arm suddenly rushed out of the blood and grabbed the leader's head with lightning speed. The one-armed figure took out a talisman and stuck it on the leader's forehead. Memories immediately flashed in the leader's soul. Crack! A few breaths later, the one-armed figure crushed the leader's head and threw it into the sea. His whole body was drenched in blood, and his long hair and embroidered clothes were sticking to his body. His broken arm was dripping with blood, and his flesh and bone were exposed. It was a terrifying sight. Shui Yu! Shui Lei clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with hostility. His chest rose and fell violently, as if he was suppressing his anger. These black-clothed men were here to kill Shui Yu, and they mistakenly thought that Shui Yu was on the ship. In the end, Shui Lei clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. He was so frustrated that he almost went crazy. He had accidentally become Su Yu's target. Looking at the boundless, desolate sea, Shui Lei roared, "Shui Yu, just you wait." On the other side of the water, the small boat had a safe journey away from the Random Star Island. As Yang Fan left, the plump shopkeeper of the Star Pavilion caught up with him, smiling apologetically. "Take care, Mr. Shui." So you looked back. What's the matter? The plump shopkeeper hurriedly waved his hands. "Mr. Shui, don't be afraid. The Star Pavilion does not have a bad record of killing and robbing people." "Then you are?" So you asked. The plump shopkeeper said solemnly, "Mr. Shui, are you willing to join the Star Pavilion as an appraiser master?" Hearing that, the housekeeper beside him shrieked in shock. An appraiser master of the Star Pavilion? Any one of them is a big shot comparable to a family leader. Young master, you're so young, yet you've received an invitation from the Star Pavilion? Being in the sea all year round, the housekeeper had heard of the Star Pavilion's appraisers and was in awe of them. The Star Pavilion had very strict requirements for the selection of appraisers. Every appraiser was a famous figure who had been famous for a long time. Among them, there was no lack of overlord-level unparalleled almighties and many reclusive senior experts. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to catch the eye of the Star Pavilion. However, being famous for a long time was the most basic requirement. Apart from that, they had to go through all kinds of perverted tests. The slightest mistake would result in elimination. It was rumored that even the divine warriors of heaven and earth had been eliminated. The stringency of the selection was appalling. It was precisely because of this that the appraisers they hired were all experts among experts in treasure appraisal. Now that Su Yu was invited to join, the housekeeper could not believe it. However, to the housekeeper's surprise, Su Yu said without hesitation, "I'm sorry, I'm focused on the martial path and have no interest in appraising treasures. Goodbye." "Hey, wait. If you join the Star Pavilion, you'll have the guidance of a famous teacher and endless resources to enjoy." The chubby merchant shouted from behind. Su Yu ignored him and sailed into the vast sea of constellations without looking back. The chubby merchant was stunned and at a loss. He had never thought that someone would reject the invitation of the Star Pavilion. Back at the Star Pavilion, the chubby merchant reported to his superiors, who reported to them one by one. Finally, it reached the ears of the pavilion master of the Random Star Island branch. "Is that true?" The pavilion master of the Random Star Island was a white-haired old woman. She was surprised to hear that. After a while, she said, "Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. He's just a young master of the Shui family. Yet he didn't want such a great opportunity. Haha, forget it. The Star Pavilion doesn't care about an appraiser." After saying that, she transmitted a message to a jade mirror. She said respectfully, "Lord Hu, I've sent an invitation according to your request, but it was rejected. I feel that even though this person is talented, he's arrogant and difficult to control. He's not worth nurturing. Invite him again." A voice came from the other end of the jade mirror without hesitation. The old woman was stunned. "I don't understand. Why do you insist on this person? Money is easy to come by, but talent is hard to come by. Invite him personally." The old woman said, "Yes, Lord." The housekeeper was shocked. When there was no one around, he said, "Young master, do you know what kind of invitation you rejected?" Suyu said, "I do." "Then why are you still?" The housekeeper was extremely regretful. He wanted to drag Suyu back to plead for him to accept this great job. With such an identity, wouldn't he be several times stronger than a family leader? He heard Suyu leisurely point to the horizon in the distance, saying, "Human vision is limited, but the world is vast. The further you look, the longer the road." The housekeeper was stunned. He pondered the words and suddenly felt that they were profound and profound. After a long time, he said, "Thank you, young master, for your advice. It was I who misunderstood." After a pause, the housekeeper said, "Do we need to report this to the master? If the master knows about this, he will definitely look at you in a different light. His days in the family will be much better." Shaking his head, Suyu said, "It's a secret. There is no need to say it. It will only add to the trouble." The housekeeper sighed. He didn't want this and that. Wasn't the second young master too low-key? Feeling regretful, the housekeeper steered the small boat eastward. The Twin Star Island was the skeleton of a giant sea beast. In terms of size, it was twice the size of the island where the Morong family was. On the island, there were more than 10 forces of various sizes. 2 of the forces were the most powerful, almost controlling the entire island. The rest of the small forces depended on the 2 forces to survive. One of them was the Xue family, where Xueyu was, and the other was the Li family. The ancestors of the Li and Xue families developed the island together and had been thriving ever since. But as the forces of both sides continued to expand, there was eventually friction, which became more and more intense until they became enemies today. 1,000 years ago, the Li family discovered an unexplored underwater relic and obtained many resources. Hence, their development was far ahead of the Xue family. In the past 1,000 years, the 2 families confronted each other, and the Xue family gradually declined. Because of this, the Xue family tried to find external help, such as the Morong family, which was connected by marriage. His return naturally attracted the attention of the Li family. The master of the Xue family, who was also Xueyu's biological father, Xue Yuntian, a level 1 Cavern World senior, personally led the elders of the family to welcome him. Seeing that Xueyu had returned safely, his eyebrows relaxed slightly. But when he noticed the 4 level 2 Morong family elders who were guarding Suyu's return, he was surprised. He knew those 4 people. They were Murong Feng's trusted subordinates. They guarded Murong Feng all year round and would never leave unless there was an important matter. Now they were escorting Xueyu back. Even if it was to protect the map, there was no need to do so, was there? How could he understand that Murong Feng cared for Xueyu and did not want anything to happen to him? What a surprise! You came back safe and sound. I thought you would lose an arm or a leg. Among the people of the Li family, a tall man with a face full of pockmarks walked out. He was the second strongest young man in the Li family, Li Jun, who was a level 2 Cavern World senior. He had admired Morong Qingqing for a long time and had pestered her for a long time. Unfortunately, the Morong family and the Xue family were close, and his efforts were fruitless. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine how jealous he was of Suyu. Suyu glanced at him. Because he did not know him, he chose to be careful with his words and actions. He pretended not to hear him and ignored him. "Oh, you have a bad temper? Do you think you are superior now that you have become the son-in-law of the Morong family? Hee. Who doesn't know that you got Miss Morong by luck? In terms of strength and status, who do you think you are?" Li Jun mocked him mercilessly in front of the people of the Xue family and the many onlookers. Strangely, the onlookers did not react. They had the same expression on their faces, as if what he said was natural. Xueyu's reputation in the Xue family and on Double Star Island was obvious. However, right at that moment, a wisp of divine energy suppressed him. causing Li Jun's body to tremble. It was an elder of the Morong family. He took a step forward and stared at Li Jun coldly with slight disgust. "Young man, show some respect. Shuiyu is the son-in-law of the Morong family. An outsider like you is not allowed to gossip about him. In terms of talent and status, you probably don't even deserve to carry the son-in-law's shoes." Chapter 1587. Li Jun narrowed his eyes. "You dare attack me?" Elder Morong glared at him coldly. "You spoke rudely to the Morong family's youngest son-in-law. I did not slap you, but only forced you back. That is already giving face to the Li family. If you dare to spout any more nonsense, it will not be so easy. Even if the Morong family and the Li family go to war, we will not hesitate. Do you have the guts?" Li Jun shouted. Elder Morong laughed. "This is the will of the Morong clan master. If you do not believe me, you can ask the elders of the Li family to come and see if the Morong family is true to our words." The undisguised threat and unyielding attitude were beyond the expectations of the Li family. Li Jun was shocked. Sensing that something was amiss, he furiously flicked his sleeves and left. The four elders cupped their fists at Shui Yuntian with a smile. "Shui clan master, we have handed Shuiyu over to you. Farewell." Shui Yuntian urged them to stay. "Elders, please stay. You have come from afar. If the Shui family does not entertain you, we will be accused of neglecting our esteemed guest." The four elders chuckled and declined politely. "Shui clan master, please find some time to have a serious talk with Mr. Shui. You will be pleasantly surprised, haha, seeing the four elders leave." Shui clan master was shocked. He had long been curious about the four elders' unyielding attitude. In order to protect Shuiyu, they had even threatened to go to war with the Li family. Judging from their words, they weren't bluffing, but they really had the determination to do so. He could not understand why the Morong family valued Shuiyu so much. Not only did they send four elders to escort him, but they had also gone against the Li family for him. "You come to my study," Shui Yuntian said with a glint in his eyes. In the study, Shui Yuntian stared at Su Yu. "I need an explanation." Su Yu said calmly, "Perhaps I fit the Morong clan master's temperament." "Is that so?" Shui Yuntian narrowed his eyes and said, "I've been friends with Morong Fong for hundreds of years. I'm well aware of what kind of person he is. He may seem amiable and approachable, but he's actually arrogant and proud. Even your big brother, Shuile, isn't worthy of his attention. I find it hard to believe that Morong Fong would fancy you." "You, tell me the truth," Shui Yuntian said. Su Yu muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Father, I'm guilty. If you don't punish me, I'll dare to say it." "Go ahead," Shui Yuntian said generously. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu said, "Actually, Murong Qingqing has already cast her pearls before swine. Now that she is pregnant with my Shui family's flesh and blood, the Morong family's master can only grit his teeth and swallow it. That's why he is so reluctant to protect his child." "What?" Shui Yuntian opened his eyes wide, staring at Su Yu without blinking. After a while he said, "You said that you and Morong Qingqing, that's right." Su Yu raised his head and said, "Although we aren't husband and wife in name, we are already husband and wife." Patter, the teacup in Shui Yuntian's hand fell onto the furry carpet, drenching the tea. "You." Shui Yuntian pointed at Su Yu, suddenly laughing. "Well done. As expected of my seed." Su Yu was stunned. Did he really believe her? To think that Morong Fong was such a narcissistic person. I never thought that he would have such a day. No wonder he treated you so well. Haha. Shui Yuntian laughed. After a long discussion, Shui Yuntian watched Su Yu leave amidst his laughter. "Tell Cheng Wei to come see me." With a faint smile, he summoned the housekeeper Cheng Wei, who had accompanied Su Yu on this trip. Cheng Wei said respectfully, "Family leader." "Hee hee, Wei, you have done a great service in escorting Yuer. Later, go to the accountant and collect 500 absolute beginning coins. Shui Yuntian was in a good mood, and his rewards were especially generous. Wei was overwhelmed by the favor and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Wei, tell me what you saw along the way. Right, especially the matter between Yuer and Morong Qingcheng. Shui Yuntian's face was full of smiles as he sighed. Who would have thought that Yuer, whom I was most worried about, would profit from his misfortune? Wei was startled. Shui Yu and Morong Qingcheng? Thinking for a moment, Wei understood what Shui Yuntian meant and couldn't stop smiling. He told of how Su Yu had been looked down upon by everyone in the Morong family and even had his dignity trampled on, only to reveal his hidden sword technique and shock everyone. Hee, family leader, you are the one who hid it the most. To think that you secretly taught the second young master such a powerful sword technique. That kind of experience surpasses even the eldest young master and the young master of the Feather God clan, Tobalu. That's why Morong Fong treated the young master so well. As he spoke with a smile, he suddenly noticed Shui Yuntian's stiff expression. His heart thumped, wondering if he had said something wrong. He hurriedly said, "Family leader, did I say something wrong?" Not only did he say something wrong, he said something completely different. What he wanted to hear was how Su Yu had hooked up with Morong Qingcheng. What he got was something else entirely. Wei, say it again. Don't miss a single word. Shui Yuntian recovered and asked in bewilderment. Wei's heart was anxious as he recounted everything that had happened on the Morong Island. After listening, Shui Yuntian was shocked for a long time. Revolving demonic moon style? A level 4 mortal fairy repelled a level 2 cavern world senior with one sword strike. How is that possible? He had no idea that Shui was proficient in such a mysterious sword technique. After being shocked for a while, Shui Yuntian's face was brimming with excitement. He could not help but laugh heartily. Good, good. Like father, like son. Yuer has not said a word for many years. He has been secretly honing his sword technique. It really surprises me. At this point, his face was filled with guilt. For many years, I have focused too much attention on Lair and neglected Yuer. As a result, he has been quietly training and accumulating his strength. After a moment of silence, Shui Yuntian said, Wei, bring Yuer to the ancestral land. I will give Yuer this year's baptism qualification as compensation to him. Hearing that, Wei was extremely excited. Tears of joy welled up in his old eyes. The second young master had finally made it. The baptism qualification was once a year. Only the family leader had the right to enjoy it. It had an extraordinary effect on honing one's divine path. For many years, the family leader had given the baptism opportunity to the eldest young master. He had never considered the second young master. There was no other reason than it would be a waste to give it to the second young master. I thank the family leader on behalf of the second young master. Wei knelt down gratefully and rushed back to inform Su Yu. Su Yu was currently training in his room. To break through to the realm of deities, the only way is to reach the pinnacle of divine paths. Su Yu muttered to himself. Others only need to complete one divine path to become a deity, but I need 10,000. The worst thing was that the law of time had fallen into a deep slumber. The remaining 2,000 divine paths had to be comprehended by Su Yu one step at a time. The amount of time it would take was immeasurable. Second young master. Suddenly, the housekeeper's voice came from outside the door. Su Yu stopped training and opened the door. What is it? Why are you in such a hurry? How can I not be? It's a joyous occasion. Wei was out of breath. Su Yu was surprised. What joyous occasion? The family leader has decided to give this year's baptism to the second young master. This is a privilege only the eldest young master can enjoy. Baptism? Su Yu felt that it was strange, and he replied calmly, "Oh, second young master, this is a chance to hone your divine path." Cheng Wei could not help but explain when he saw Su Yu's expressionless face. Su Yu raised his brows. Hone his divine path? For someone like him, who cultivated multiple divine paths at the same time, this was like giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. Su Yu's face was filled with joy as he inquired about the details of the baptism. The so-called baptism was an annual worship ceremony at the Twin Star Island. When the ancestors of the Shui and Li families wandered here, they discovered that there was a special bone marrow left inside the giant beast skeleton, which had a mysterious effect on honing one's divine path. That was why they chose to settle down here. Both sides agreed that once a year, each family would send one person to the altar to worship their ancestors. After the worship, a year's worth of accumulated bone marrow would gush out from under the altar. Under the baptism of the bone marrow, one's divine path would be honed. In the past, the Shui family had always sent Shui Lei as their representative, while the Li family sent their eldest daughter, Liu, a woman who was as talented as Shui Lei. According to the agreement, the two families would worship their ancestors in another month. Young master, you must seize this opportunity. If you can become a cavern world master, the family leader will look up to you even more, Cheng Wei advised. Su Yu nodded. Yes, I understand. After a pause, Su Yu asked, Cheng Wei, is there any business on the Twin Star Island that can make money? After the incident at the Starry Pavilion, Su Yu realized that he was short of money now. If he wanted to break through the shackles of 2,000 divine paths, he would need a lot of money. If he only relied on the Shui family, he would be controlled by others. It would be better to earn money himself. Earn money. Cheng Wei knew Su Yu's situation very well, so he was not surprised at Su Yu's thoughts. There are many ways to earn money, but it's difficult to earn big money. The ways to earn big money are basically monopolized by the two great families. To earn a decent amount of money, you have to ask the local tyrant here. There are many ways to earn a small amount of money with just a few Taichu coins. Su Yu frowned. What was the use of a few Taichu coins? Are there no other ways to earn big money? Su Yu asked. Cheng Wei sighed bitterly. Money is not easy to earn. There are ways to earn big money, but none of them are suitable for you, young master. For example, you can form an adventure team and explore the seabed of the Star Ocean. If you can uncover undiscovered underwater relics, you will definitely make a fortune. However, this method requires thousands of people to organize it, and it will take decades or even hundreds of years to succeed. Another way is to forge high-grade divine weapons, produce top-notch elixirs, translate all kinds of alien divine books, and so on. All of these can earn big money. Unfortunately, these require top-notch talents. Such talents would have been recruited by the big forces long ago. Why would they be willing to stay on the Twin Star Island? The butler said helplessly. He felt that the young master was too ambitious and had thought too far ahead. However, Su Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, You mentioned translating various alien divine books. What is that? The butler said, Over the years, many underwater relics have been salvaged. Many of them have been lost or even extinct. The things in them, including the various divine techniques, are all recorded in the alien language, and no one can understand them. Out of desperation, many people who obtain them put them up for auction or put them up in the trading house, offering a huge reward for talents who can translate them. Generally speaking, the lowest level of divine techniques, if translated, can be sold for 1,000 Taichu coins. The highest is a priceless treasure, and it is said that it can be sold for 100,000 Taichu coins. At least 1,000. That made sense. If the value was too low, no one would be willing to hire someone to translate it. Su Yu was envious. To others, this profession might be beyond their reach. Chapter 1588. After finding out where the trading house was, Su Yu rushed there immediately. Of course, he was not foolish enough to show himself. Instead, He disguised himself and came to the trading house. The trading house was jointly established by the Shui and Li families. It was a very fair trading platform. Cultivators put their items on the platform, and the platform helped them sell them to customers. The platform collected half of the fees. For cultivators without connections, it was an excellent place to go. Therefore, the place was bustling and crowded. Suyu came to the special area for magical techniques. All kinds of secret techniques were sold here, and there were many people looking to choose from them. However, some other places were deserted. It was a rather large area with many eye-catching signs. Secret manual of an unknown race, priced at 1,000 Taichu dollars. Secret manual of the Soul Clan, looking for a translator, 3,000 Taichu dollars. Secret manual of the Demon Clan, priced at 5,000 Taichu dollars. The dazzling array of secret manuals made Suyu's lips curl into a smile. After looking around, Suyu's eyes fell on a sign. Secret manual of an unknown race, looking for a translator, 10,000 Taichu dollars for a complete translation. 10,000 Taichu dollars was not a small fortune for Suyu. Suyu gently pulled out his palm and removed the sign. A faint space energy gushed out from the sign. The next moment, he appeared in a closed secret room. There was a staff member of the trading house waiting in the room. Judging from his bloodline, he should be from the Li family. He was about 40 years old, and his expression was cold as he asked mechanically, "What do you want?" "To translate the language of the other races," Suyu said calmly. The middle-aged man's ears twitched. He raised his head and looked at Suyu in surprise. "Translate." Many of the translation deals in the trading house had been left untouched for hundreds of years. He was stunned to hear that someone was willing to accept a translation deal. "Why can't I?" Suyu said. The middle-aged man said hurriedly, "Yes." "Which book did you translate?" Suyu handed it over. He glanced at it and could not help but frown. "This one? Are you sure? The owner of this book has half of the translation. If your translation is even the slightest bit different from the one obtained by the owner, I'm afraid the owner will not be satisfied. Forgive me for reminding you, but even the most famous language master of the Twin Star Island could not satisfy the owner of this book." In other words, he was trying to dissuade Suyu from wasting his time. Suyu said, "How will I know if I don't try?" The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Fine, if you want to try." Suyu flipped open the book and read 10 lines with a single glance. It was as if he was reading the human race's language. When the middle-aged man saw this, he could not help but shake his head and chuckle. Even the most proficient master of the Twin Star Island had studied it word by word. To him, this young man was obviously trying to deceive him. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Suyu had finished reading it. Then he took out a jade pendant and used his soul to record the first half of the translation into it. "You, the book, to be, Su to see." The middle-aged man, "Ta, to see to Su, Suyu said to be. "You, Su, the Su to the Su to a reply to you to the sect, Su you to Suni Su." The middle-aged man put down the communication device, looked at Suyu and waved his hand. "Go, don't waste our time. Otherwise, we have the right to deal with those who disturb, but his translation is more accurate." A delayed voice came from the communication device. "Oh my God, it's unbelievable. I almost gave up, but there really is a master who is proficient in the Black Fox language. Please ask the master to give me the second half of the translation. I am very satisfied with this deal." In the secret room, the middle-aged man's face was as stiff as stone. Suyu looked at him. "What do you have the right to do to me?" The middle-aged man looked at Suyu as if he was looking at a monster. His lazy expression was replaced by awe. He stuttered, since the seller has agreed to the deal, then the deal is done." He took out 10,000 Taichu coins, and Suyu took out the other half of the jade pendant. After the two sides confirmed, the deal was completed. Su Yu received the 10,000 Taichu coins and returned to the outside world. In the secret room, the middle-aged man cursed. Damn it, I ran into a black fox. However, soon after, another figure arrived in the space vortex. Without looking up, he said angrily, "What are you doing?" Translating. The familiar voice made the middle-aged man feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He left his chair abruptly and raised his head. His eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at Su Yu, who had returned. He was surprised. "You want to translate the secret books of the Black Fox clan? But there is only one secret book of the Black Fox clan in the market." "Oh, I know," Su Yu said calmly. "I am here to translate the green snake language." Crack! The middle-aged man almost dropped his head in shock. You are a black fox, and you want to translate the green snake language?" Su Yu shook his head. "I am not here to translate the green snake language." "Didn't you say you want to translate the green snake language?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled. Su Yu did not speak. He threw the book on the table, and more than 10 secret books of different languages fell. The green snake language was only one of them. "Ah, you want to translate all of them?" The middle-aged man stuttered. Su Yu said, "Of course." After saying that, he flipped through the books. He continued reading 10 lines at a time, as if he was reading the most familiar books of the human race. 2 hours later, Su Yu closed the last book, carved 10 jade pendants, and threw them to the middle-aged man. "Contact the owner of the book." The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he contacted the owner one by one. The results, without exception, were all shocking responses from the owner. These transactions were completed in a short period of time. After completing the 11 transactions, the middle-aged man felt like he was in a dream, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. These transactions were all listed for at least 20 years, and the longest was 80 years. However, in just one day they were all completed. It was too nature-defying, too shocking. One person was proficient in 11 different languages. He was extremely proficient in every language. It was the first time he had met such a person. At this moment, the middle-aged man knew that he had met a peerless master. When he returned to the outside world again, Su Yu weighed the 40,000 Taichu coins in his hand, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He did not choose to deal with the translation, but looked for the secret books that sold the unknown languages. As long as the price was reasonable and the divine techniques recorded in the secret books were powerful, he would buy them all. After translating them on the spot, Su Yu pulled out a sign and came to the secret room again. His arrival made the middle-aged man's eyelids twitch. He thought to himself, "Is this young man going to complete the translation transaction? I have something to sell." Unexpectedly, Su Yu did not come for the translation transaction. The middle-aged man's heart calmed down a little. "Selling something? Not bad, not bad." He forced a smile and asked, "Excuse me, what do you want to sell?" Bang, bang, bang. Su Yu casually threw out 100 books of divine techniques translated from the unknown languages, smashing them down on the middle-aged man's face, making muffled sounds. The middle-aged man was almost sold. He was still in shock as he flipped through the translated books. He was so shocked that he trembled. "You translated all these?" "Or you?" Su Yu said lightly. "Sell all these books. These are the prices I marked." The middle-aged man took the list and looked at it. He was shocked. "What? The divine techniques of the Green Bull clan are only sold for 40,000 Taichu coins? No, senior, don't you know that the lowest level of the Green Bull clan's divine techniques can be sold for 50,000 Taichu coins on the market? There is also the Toad clan and the Water Bird clan." Su Yu shook his head lightly. "It doesn't matter how much I sell. I just want to cash it in quickly." The divine techniques of the Green Bull clan were bought by Su Yu for 4,000 Taichu coins. After the translation, he sold them for 40,000 Taichu coins. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man said, "Senior, please wait a moment." After saying that, he immediately contacted someone in secret. Soon after, the middle-aged man said, "Senior, there is a big shot who wants to buy all the translations in one go." "That couldn't be better," Suyu said lightly. Soon after, another middle-aged man appeared in the secret room. He was stronger, with the strength of a level 2 Cavern World Master. Obviously, his identity was extraordinary. He personally handed Suyu a total of 200,000 Taichu coins and accepted all the translations. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he said mysteriously, "Senior, I have a book here that has been translated for 100 years. It is priced at 100,000 Taichu coins. I wonder if you can let me have a look." Suyu stretched out his hand. The middle-aged man's eyebrows were filled with anticipation as he handed the book over. Suyu looked at it and was slightly surprised. He murmured, "I didn't expect a fourth-rate clan like the Spiritual Sword Clan to have gotten their hands on the divine techniques." Hearing this, the middle-aged man trembled, his eyes full of excitement. Obviously, Suyu was right. Suyu was obviously a beat slower as he flipped through the book. It was a little strenuous. However, in the eyes of the two middle-aged men, his posture was still calm and composed, like an otherworldly master. They were shocked and did not dare to breathe. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Suyu quickly carved a jade pendant and threw it over. Song of the Blue Heart Sword, a good sword technique suitable for women to cultivate. Take it. The middle-aged man examined it and was overjoyed. From the sporadic translations over the years, he found that there was no problem with this person's translation. He generously handed Suyu 100,000 Taichu coins on the spot. Suyu left the secret room expressionlessly. When he arrived outside, he left without hesitation. Not long after he left, a few members of the trading house rushed over. In the end, Suyu was already gone. Hearing this news, the middle-aged man with a higher status sighed. What a pity. If we could invite such a master to our Li family, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Back at the Shui family, Suyu removed his disguise. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, Cheng Wei, who had been waiting for him, said anxiously, "Young master, where have you been? The master has summoned you. He wants you to come to the living room as soon as you return." Suyu was startled. "Oh, what's so urgent?" Cheng Wei's face was gloomy. "Something terrible has happened. Just now, a mysterious master appeared in the trading house and landed on Twin Star Island. He easily deciphered hundreds of foreign clan divine techniques. In the end, the person on duty today was a member of the Li family. All of these divine techniques have fallen into the hands of the Li family." After receiving the news, the master urgently summoned everyone to discuss it. This is a crisis that our Shui family has not encountered in a long time. Chapter 1589. Suyu was slightly stunned. A few books of foreign divine techniques could cause a crisis? After a pause, Suyu said, "Let's go take a look." In the living room, the important figures of the clan had gathered, including more than 20 elders and many core members of the younger generation. Their expressions were solemn, and the atmosphere was gloomy. Suyu entered, intending to stand aside quietly, but he was late. How could he not attract attention? "Shuiyu, why are you only here now for the emergency meeting of the clan?" An elder, who looked extremely old, scolded him in public. He was the most senior elder in the clan, the lone mountain elder. Shui Yuntian had to call him ancestor when he saw him. This person had a lot of authority in the clan, and everyone had to respect him. For many years, he had valued Shuilei and did not care much about an ordinary junior like Shuiyu. "Sorry, I was delayed, so you said." "Delayed?" The emergency meeting of the clan symbolizes the survival of the clan. What matter is more important than the emergency meeting? Why don't you tell us?" The elder shouted again. Suyu frowned slightly. It was obvious that he was agitated and had nowhere to vent. And Suyu, an insignificant junior who had just made a small mistake, was the perfect target to vent. Why aren't you saying anything? Come, let everyone hear the reason for your late arrival. The lone mountain elder did not like Su Yu's calm demeanor. In his opinion, Su Yu had to kneel down and beg for forgiveness in order to be forgiven. Lone mountain elder, let's get down to business. I will punish you for being late, Shui Yuntian said calmly. He did not like the lone mountain elder. The lone mountain elder flicked his sleeves and looked straight at Shui Yuntian. Fine, then give us a plan. The Li family obtained so many foreign race divine techniques, among which there is no lack of profound secret scrolls that have been hanging for hundreds of years. In particular, one of the swordsmanship, Blue Heart Sword Song, was the famous spirit sword clan's swordsmanship at that time. If the genius of the Li family finishes cultivating it, the younger generation of the Shui family will be no match for him. As for the other powerful divine arts of the other races, they will be successfully cultivated by their juniors. The younger generation of our Shui family will be much weaker than them. At that time, it won't be long before the extinction of the royal family. Hearing this, everyone's expression became gloomy. Shui Yuntian sighed and said, "First, we found the ancient ruins, and then we obtained 100 divine arts of the foreign races. Is it the end of our Shui family?" Many venerable elders felt hopeless. The ancient ruins from 1,000 years ago had already widened the gap between the two clans. Now, the other side had another 100 divine arts of the foreign races. Although he was envious, there was nothing he could do. Shui Yuntian said, "The plan now is to defend and attack." Guard means that starting from today, the Shui family's disciples must strictly cultivate. I will arrange for all the elders to come out of seclusion and personally teach the disciples. At the same time, they would allocate more resources, increase the difficulty of the trial, and increase the number of tests. Those who failed would be severely punished by the clan rules. Try not to pull too far away from the current generation of the Li family. Attacking is like mending the pen after the sheep are lost. Mobilize the people in the clan to find out the whereabouts of that senior expert. Over the years, our Shui family has collected no less than 500 foreign divine arts. If we can ask that senior to translate for our Shui family, it's not impossible to surpass the Li family. Even the elders who usually did not care about worldly affairs agreed without reservation. The clan was at a moment of life and death. Even their old bones had to shine. As for the second, many elders sighed. As the saying went, mending the pen after the sheep is lost is never too late. But regarding this matter, it was indeed too late. There is no need to waste energy and time on searching. The Li family could not keep that senior. How can we find him? Plus, if I were that senior after being exposed, I would leave this place to avoid unnecessary trouble. The lone mountain elder gave up. Shui Yuntian said, "It is best not to give up until the end. What if that senior is still on Twin Star Island?" Although he did not believe it himself, he had to give his clansmen hope. If you want to find him, go find him. Do not waste the clan's resources, the lone mountain elder said. Shui Yuntian frowned. Lone Mountain had used his seniority to publicly contradict him more than once. If he punished him severely, it would hurt the hearts of the other elders. If he punished him lightly, the other would not care. Lone Mountain Elder, you are wrong. If we can find that senior, it will be worth spending any resources, Shui Yuntian said. The Lone Mountain Elder snorted. I object to using the clan's manpower and resources on a hopeless matter. Shui Yuntian clenched his fists, feeling powerless. Sometimes, when he wanted to do something, he would be held back. I agree with Father's opinion. Suddenly, a voice came from the younger generation. There was only one person who had the guts and the qualifications to speak on such an occasion. It was the only young master in the clan, Shuiyu. Father is right. We must not give up until the very last moment. Hope is always given to those who persist to the end in despair, not those who give up halfway, Suyu said with fervor and assurance. Now that there is a glimmer of hope, why do we not grab it with all our might? Instead, we let it slip away. Are we going to learn from the ostrich? When the wolves attack, we do not choose to run with all our might, but bury our heads in the sand and be eaten by the wolves. Hearing that, everyone fell into deep thought, feeling that it was reasonable. Whether they found that senior or not, the Li family would rely on the 100 foreign tribes' divine techniques to soar. Could it be that they did nothing and watched the gap between them gradually widen before their eyes? The Lone Mountain elder glared at Suyu. I did not say that I am not working hard. It is just that the direction is wrong. Instead of pursuing that elusive opportunity, it is better to be down to earth and diligent in teaching the younger generation from now on. Many people nodded. What the Lone Mountain elder said was not unreasonable. He was still staring at Suyu. I have just said that there is no need to use the clan's manpower and resources. Since you are so confident, why don't we leave the search for that senior to you? After all, the Shui family does not expect you to inherit it. Lone Mountain elder, you have gone too far. Shui Yuntian's tone turned cold. The Lone Mountain elder snorted, but he did not dare to continue. His words were quite blatant, even though it was a well-known fact that the Shui family did not expect Shuiyu. Shui Yuntian said, You are you, so you said calmly, I understand. Leave the search for that senior to me. He had accepted the task so easily, which made many elders look at him differently. Compared to Shuiyu, who used to feel inferior, the current Shui, you seem to be a different person. The Lone Mountain elder said coldly, Search? Searching for a month is the same as searching for 100 years. Without a deadline, who knows how long you will be searching for? Forcing Suyu to sign a military pledge? Everyone was a little dissatisfied. Lone Mountain elder, isn't it too much to make things difficult for a junior? Pajuan elder, who was ranked second in the clan, said. The Lone Mountain elder sneered. Wasn't he boasting just now about how people should persist in despair? If we do not give him a military pledge, how can he feel despair? Lone Mountain you, Pajuan elder said angrily. The other party's unreasonable pestering was really infuriating. The Lone Mountain elder sneered with his hands behind his back. He stared at Suyu, waiting for him to speak. 3 days. Unexpectedly, Suyu calmly gave a short number. In just 3 days, he wanted to find the mysterious person who might have left Twin Star Island. The Lone Mountain elder's eyes sharpened. What if we cannot find it in 3 days? You will be punished according to the family rules. Suyu said. At the same time, he asked, What if I find it? The Lone Mountain elder looked away and said indifferently, Then I will support you this once. Support? Suyu asked. The Lone Mountain elder said, The 10,000 Dragon Cave is about to open. With your performance in the tribe, you will not have a chance to enter, even if your father is the tribe leader. However, with the support of me, the first elder, there won't be a problem. 10,000 Dragon Cave? This was the second time Suyu had heard of this place. The first time was when Murong Fong had asked him to pass a dragon-searching plate to Shui Yuntian. Come to think of it, it should be an extremely important place, right? It's a deal, Suyu said. The Lone Mountain elder sneered. Then I will wait for your good news. If you fail, you will be punished along with your lateness just now. The meeting ended on bad terms. In Shui Yuntian's study, his face was full of reproach. How could you be so foolish? Was he easily goaded into making a military pledge? And 3 days at that? 3 days. Even the organized troops were in a hurry. How could he find the master whose identity and face were unknown? It's okay. Suyu comforted him. He was the master himself, and it would take less than a breath. 3 days was too long. Shui Yuntian looked at Shuiyu and said guiltily, It was my incompetence that dragged you down just now. Don't worry, I will arrange a trial for you in 3 days. That old man of the Lone Mountain won't chase after you to punish him. So you did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed inwardly. Although Shui Yu was not outstanding, he was Shui Yuntian's biological son after all. After a pause, Su Yu said, "Since I dared to make a 3-day promise, of course I am confident." Shui Yuntian's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, "You know where the master is." Su Yu touched his nose and said, "To be precise, I know him. If you want to see him, you can do so at any time." Crack! Shui Yuntian crushed the teacup with one hand. The sharp fragments pierced into his palm, oozing divine blood, but he was completely unaware. His eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He stood up from his sitting position and said, You are not lying, are you?" Su Yu smiled faintly and asked, "Do I have a motive to lie?" Upon hearing that, Shui Yuntian clasped Su Yu's shoulders with his 2 big hands. His eyes were like copper bells staring at Su Yu. His face was filled with ecstasy. "Where is he? Take me there quickly. I want to see this master in person." He seemed to have seen the master sitting in the Shui family and translating the various foreign divine techniques. Chapter 1590. Su Yu shook his head and said, "That senior is unsociable and doesn't like anyone. Even if I meet him, I have to make things difficult for him. I'm not familiar with him. If I bring you there rashly and annoy him, he might leave the Twin Star Island directly. How can I find him then?" Hearing that, Shui Yuntian suddenly understood and hurriedly patted his forehead. Yes. You are so thoughtful. Look at me. Why didn't I think of that? If that senior really wanted to show up in public, he would have gone to the Li family. He doesn't show up because he doesn't want to contact the outside world easily. If I really go there, that senior might really be unhappy. Su Yu said, "So, father, don't do anything. The fact that I know that senior must not be leaked." Shui Yuntian laughed and nodded. "I know. Ha ha ha." He smiled and looked at Shui Yu. For some reason, the more he looked at him, the more pleasing he was. Shui Yu had given him 2 surprises in a row. How could he not be pleasing to the eye? After leaving the study, Su Yu took Ching Wei to the market of the Twin Star Island and strolled around. A few people were following Su Yu stealthily. Su Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, and he continued to stroll as if nothing had happened. 1 day later, in the secret chamber of the Lone Mountain Elder. "What is that kid doing today?" the Lone Mountain Elder asked. 2 young men knelt respectfully in front of him and said, "Shopping." The Lone Mountain Elder's eyes flashed. Is he looking for the translation of the alien language? He was worried that Su Yu would take some translated alien divine arts 3 days later and lie that it was translated by that expert. Unexpectedly, the 2 young men had a strange look on their faces. "No, he only pays attention to elixirs and divine weapons." "You didn't see the alien divine arts?" The Lone Mountain Elder was a little surprised. "No, we saw it clearly," the 2 answered affirmatively. The Lone Mountain Elder stroked his long beard and said, "Strange. Well, you continue to keep an eye on him. Record what he has done, what he has said, and who he has contacted." Yes. The next day, the 2 returned again. The result was the same as the first day. They still strolled aimlessly and never set foot in the area of the alien divine arts. Check again. The Lone Mountain Elder couldn't understand Su Yu. On the 3rd day, the result was the same. The Lone Mountain Elder pondered and said, "So in these 3 days this child did nothing, did not come into contact with any special people, and did not read the foreign language." After pondering for a while, he seemed to have figured it out and sneered, "If I'm not mistaken, he's just a cover. Presumably, it's his father's people who are secretly looking for him, right? However, in just 3 days, unless there is a miracle, how can we find him?" Looking at the gradually brightening scenery outside the window, the Lone Mountain Elder felt refreshed. He shook his sleeves and came to the meeting hall. The Mountain Elder felt, The deadline of 3 days had passed. Whether or not the one-attack strategy proposed by the patriarch would succeed would depend on today. Su, elder. Su, however, almost no one thought that Su could really find that expert within 3 days. Su, they, even and Su all even made, and he. Su elder, star. Also, T make and even. He, made a, have, you Su, with and all. The commotion was so great that it could be described as the strength of an entire clan. This morning, these activities were still continuing and were getting more and more intense. Even mortals were being mobilized. Anyone who found any clues would be rewarded handsomely. The Lee family had mobilized so many people to no avail. How could Su possibly find them in just 3 days? Now, the focus of attention was no longer on whether Su could be found, but on how he could escape punishment. Or rather, how was Shui Yuntian going to help his son? The arrival of the Lone Mountain Elder caused their laughter to turn into whispers. The lonely mountain elder raised his head and puffed out his chest like a victor. He sat with his golden saber and closed his eyes, waiting for the meeting to begin. Not long after, the whispers of the crowd grew louder. Opening his eyes, he saw Shui and Shui Yuntian walking over at the same time. The corner of the lonely mountain elder's mouth curved in a cold smile. Like a cat catching a mouse, he waited to see the father and son's performance. Everyone's here, Shui Yuntian said as he sat on the armchair. Everyone nodded silently and waited for him to continue. Shui Yuntian hesitated for a moment and said to the Lone Mountain Venerable, Lone Mountain Venerable, the agreement 3 days ago, was impulsive. Is it possible to change it? Sure enough, as expected, Shui did not find the senior, so Shui Yuntian requested to break the agreement. The Lone Mountain Elder raised his nose and said indifferently, Shui is not a 3-year-old child. Since he dared to make a military pledge, he should be responsible for his words and actions. I refuse to change the agreement. Shui Yuntian sighed awkwardly. All right, then we'll do as the Lone Mountain Elder says. If so, then bring out the clan rules, compare them one by one, and punish Shui. The Lone Mountain Elder was impartial. Unexpectedly, Shui Yuntian said, Lone Mountain Elder, I think you have misunderstood. Misunderstood what? Misunderstood that Shui agreement does not count? The Lone Mountain Elder sneered, as if he had seen through Shui Yuntian's scheme to protect Shui. Everyone watched helplessly. Everything was within their expectations. They communicated in silence and came to a consensus. Today, if Shui Yuntian wants to save Shui from the hands of the Lone Mountain Elder, he will lose all face. However, Shui Yuntian's next words petrified everyone. No, I mean you have misunderstood me. What I mean is, the Lone Mountain Elder lost the bet, but as an elder he can reluctantly forgive you once. There is no need to fulfill the agreement, Shui Yuntian said calmly. Boom! Everyone's ears seemed to explode with thunder, causing their minds to go blank. The Lone Mountain Elder lost? Didn't that mean that Shui really found the senior in a short 3 days? Impossible. Everyone's reaction was the same. The Lone Mountain Elder was no exception. He said coldly, Really? Then ask the senior to come out and see. Apologies, the senior does not want to see anyone, so... Shui Yuntian said. The Lone Mountain Elder interrupted. Then, how do you prove that the senior was found? Pa! Shui Yuntian threw a book on the table. This book was a translated divine technique of the One-Horned Dragon Clan. This is the senior's translation. Everyone can take a look, Shui Yuntian said. Ha ha ha. Everyone was silent and no one took it. The Lone Mountain Elder could not help but laugh, his face full of contempt. Shui Yuntian, just as expected, in order to help your useless son, you will use any means. Do you think that you can prove that it was that senior who did it, just by taking out a translated book of the divine art of the foreign races? Then I'll also go find a translated divine art of the foreign races. Did I also find that senior? He sneered and stared at Shui Yuntian. Put away your childish tricks and let your son receive the punishment of the clan rules. Pa! Shui Yuntian did not say a word and threw out another translated divine technique. The Lone Mountain elder sneered. Two can prove it? Pa, the third book was thrown. Enough, this kind of trick is useless against me. Pa, 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 pa. In Shui Yuntian's cavern world, all kinds of translated divine techniques were thrown out like a series of shadows. In the blink of an eye, the entire table was piled up, those that could not be piled up on the ground, and finally they were level with the table. Looking at the secret books that were like a small hill, everyone was stunned. The second-ranked elder walked over hesitantly and randomly grabbed a book to read. His expression shook fiercely. He grabbed the second book, the third book, the fourth book. The more he read, the more shocked and excited he became. He could not help but throw his head back and laugh. Ha 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 ha! The heavens really bless the Shui family. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. It is definitely the work of that master. When so many foreign race divine techniques appeared, the Lone Mountain elder's face was stiff and he had a bad feeling. Hearing this, he went over to check. As a result, every time he flipped through a book, his face became uglier. These foreign race divine techniques, without exception, came from the Shui family's treasury. They had been untranslated for many years and had been left vacant for decades. There were a total of 100 books, and besides that unfathomable mysterious master, no one else could translate them in just 3 days. Obviously, Shui Yu had found that senior. His body was stiff, his hands trembling, as if he could feel the mocking eyes. The one who had lost face today was not Shui Yuntian, but him. Thinking back to his victorious face just now and comparing it to the current situation, his heart sank. Surely everyone was laughing at him. Surely, Shui Yuntian and Shui, you must be laughing happily too? A trace of hatred grew hazily. However, when he turned his head, he was met with Shui Yuntian's calm gaze. He cupped his fists and said, Lone Mountain Elder, I know that you have never liked Shui Yu, but he is actually a good boy. Last night, you and I discussed that we would try to take your feelings into consideration. It would be best if we could cancel the agreement in advance. But you, Sai, Shui Yuntian said. The Lone Mountain Elder's pupils constricted, and he looked at Su Yu. Su Yu gave him a slight smile and nodded gently. There was no ridicule in his eyes. However, he could not get off the horse. He stubbornly snorted. Don't put on airs, Su Yu interrupted him. Then let's just take it that the two of us are putting on airs to win over the Lone Mountain Elder. The agreement is cancelled. Elder, please do not be troubled. After saying that, he left alone under the complicated gaze of the people, just like how he used to be, always alone, like dust that no one cared about. Many of the elders felt a little guilty. How did Shui Yu bear it in the past? The Lone Mountain Elder stared deeply at Su Yu's back. His old eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Flicking his sleeves, the Lone Mountain Elder said in a muffled voice, I will not go back on my words. Some people who knew him realized that the once cold and arrogant Lone Mountain Elder's expression had softened a lot when he turned his head. Shui Yuntian took the opportunity to announce that the senior was acquainted with Shui Yu. It was the senior that Shui Yu had invited to translate 100 books of the alien race's secret manuals. Moreover, if there was time, the senior would translate the remaining 400 books of the alien race's secret manuals for free. Chapter 1591. They all asked how Shui Yu had gotten to know that senior. Shui Yuntian thought it was fate. He laughed bitterly in his heart. In fact, he did not know how his son had gotten to know such a person. He suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity with his son. The news that the Shui family had gotten 100 foreign divine techniques did not stay hidden for long. The Li family soon caught wind of it. The people of the Li family, who were still searching for that senior, were shocked. Not long after, the search that had caused a huge uproar on Twin Star Island also gradually came to a stop. One day, half a month later, the master of the Li family, Li Qianquan, brought the younger generation of the Li family to pay a visit. In name, they were here to discuss the ancestral worship in half a month. In fact, everyone knew that the Li family was here to confirm if the rumors were true that the Li family had the support of that senior. Before the meeting, Shui Yuntian summoned the younger generation of the family, including Su Yu, who was training in seclusion. The ancestral worship is a serious matter. Only the elders of the two families and above are qualified to participate. Shui Yuntian looked at the younger generation of the Li family and said to Su Yu, "You should accompany the younger generation of the Li family. Do not neglect them." Su Yu and the rest of the Shui family accepted the order. The elders entered the secret chamber. As the only young master of the family, Su Yu took on the task of accompanying them. Su Yu led them to the back garden. Although the two sides were not on good terms, they maintained restraint on such an occasion. On the surface, they seemed harmonious, chatting and laughing. As they walked to the fake mountains, the second-ranked representative of the Li family, Li Jun, suggested, "It's boring to just look at the scenery. Why don't we spar?" His suggestion was supported by the people of the Li family. The younger generation of the Shui family hesitated slightly. In the underwater ruins 1,000 years ago, the Li family's resources had surpassed the Shui family's. Now, the younger generation was stronger than the Shui family as a whole. If they were to spar, the younger generation of the Shui family would be more likely to lose. If it had been somewhere else, it would have been fine. However, if they lost to an outsider in their own mansion, not only would they lose face, but it would also affect the Shui family's honor. However, if they did not accept the spar, it would give others the impression that they were cowards, and they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the people of the Li family. All of them looked at Su Yu at the same time. Even though his cultivation wasn't the strongest, his status was the highest. If it was Su Yu who made the decision, then no matter what the result was, it would be Su Yu's responsibility, and it wouldn't be their fault. If only Big Brother Shui Lei was here. Would the Li family still dare to mention exchanging pointers? Someone complained in a low voice. "That's right, Big Brother Shui Lei is so powerful. When he's in the mansion, besides that young miss of the Li family, who else would dare to take the initiative to spar?" In their hearts, Shui Lei was their backbone. Even though Shui Yu had been in the limelight recently, strength was still the way to go. He was inferior to Shui Lei. "Sure." Su Yu gave a brief reply. "How are we going to spar?" Li Jun laughed triumphantly. "It's simple. We will each send 3 people to compete with each other. Out of sincerity, we will choose 3 people first." He pointed at the 2 juniors of the Li family. One of them was wearing a mask and seemed to be a woman. She seemed to have the cultivation of a level 1 cave mansion world master. The other was a young man in his early 20s and had the cultivation of a stage for mortal fairy. "The last one is me." Li Jun pointed at himself. Su Yu thought for a moment, then turned around to look at the people behind him. None of them dared to look Su Yu in the eye, and they all avoided him, unwilling to fight him. It was obviously a spar that they would definitely lose, so no one wanted to participate. Su Yu sighed helplessly and pointed at himself first. "Since it's a spar, let's have the same cultivation. I will be the first. Second and third, is there anyone willing to volunteer?" The juniors of the Shui family were silent. They looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. The juniors of the Li family whispered to each other, and their eyes swept over the juniors of the Shui family. With the glory of the family in front of them, none of the juniors volunteered. All of them were thinking about their own honor. Just as Su Yu was sighing and getting ready to pick his men randomly, a valiant figure stepped forward from behind the crowd. "I'm one." Su Yu took a look and found it was an unprepossessing young woman. She was about 27 or 28 years old and had the cultivation of a level 1 cave mansion world master. Among the ordinary people, she was quite talented. However, in the Shui family, she was almost out of the ranks of youths at such an old age, so she was not very outstanding. Su Yu glanced at her in his mind. In the half a month he had spent in the family, he did not have much of an impression of this woman. This showed how inconspicuous she was in the family. The juniors of the Shui family looked at him and whispered to each other. Shui Xian is a little bit overconfident, isn't she? What use is that little bit of cultivation of hers? Her talent is too ordinary, and she rarely learned the powerful inheritance of the family, although she has the cultivation of a level 1 cave mansion world master. Her strength is not as good as mine. Shui Xian was a girl of few words, so she walked out without saying a word. Su Yu looked at her and said, "Okay, you're one. Who else?" This time the juniors of the Shui family didn't keep silent for long, and then a 25-year-old boy with the cultivation of a level 4 mortal fairy walked out. He looked shy, and then he plucked up his courage and said, "Can I go?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. A level 4 mortal fairy meant that the strength of the two sides was completely unequal. He looked at the few level 2 cave mansion world masters behind him, but all of them avoided Su Yu's eyes. "Okay, you're also one," Su Yu said. Hearing this, the juniors of the Shui family were not calm. Has he really decided to use Shui Lin? My God, what is he thinking? Even if he knows he will lose, there is no need to be so hasty, right? Really, if Brother Shui was here, he would be very careful. Su Yu turned his head and looked at them indifferently. I asked you to volunteer, but you didn't have the guts. Some people volunteered, but you despise their low cultivation. You can do it if you want, but don't point fingers and make others look down on you. Hearing this, the juniors of the Shui family avoided Su Yu's eyes, but they were not convinced by his words. What are you so proud of? In terms of cultivation, you are not as good as me. At least I am a level 1 cave mansion world master. Can you blame us? You agreed to a duel that you will definitely lose. Hearing their complaints, Su Yu shook his head in disappointment. He had seen the decline of the Shui family. They didn't reflect on their mistakes, didn't work hard, and blamed others. The Li family saw all this and they were gloating. Li Jun said, "Oh, why don't we change our people? Although you have a lot of people, you can't even choose 3 people. I feel sorry for you. Cut the crap. How do you want to duel?" Su Yu interrupted calmly. Li Jun said sarcastically, "If it is a duel of the same cultivation, it will be too much of a bully. How about this? We arrange the order of battle, and you can do whatever you want." In a sparring match, no one would announce their side's order of appearance first. In this way, the enemy could decide the order of battle based on the weaknesses of their contestants. Li Jun's decision was obviously a sure win. No matter how he looked at it, Li Jun and the others could win at least 2 rounds. Unexpectedly, Su Yu refused calmly. "No need, let's draw lots. Whoever draws the lots will participate in the duel." He didn't want to take any advantage. Li Jun laughed. "You have a good backbone, but reality is cruel. If that's the case, let's start." He drew 6 symbols in the air with his divine power, randomly interrupted them, and then flew to both sides. Each of the 6 people grabbed a symbol and unfolded it. The name of the opponent was written on it. "I am first." Shui Lin, who was next to Su Yu, said nervously. The opponent he had chosen was the masked woman. Su Yu looked at the symbol and found that the woman didn't have a specific name, only the word "u." "Shui Lin, go." Su Yu said. Li Jun also said to the masked girl, "You, it's your turn." The woman named Yu stepped forward indifferently and stared at Shui Lin, who was walking up, trembling with fear. Shui Lin cupped his fists and said nervously, "Let's start." Yu did not say a word and stared at him coldly, showing no signs of attacking. The more this was the case, the more nervous Shui Lin became. However, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward, regardless of whether the other party was a cave world senior or not. Ah, sky rocket cannon! He stomped his feet on the ground, surrounded by the mortal fairy strength, causing him to shoot out like an extremely fast cannonball and hit you. At the same time, an armor appeared on top of his head. The armor was poured with a sharp horn that was half gold and half silver. Combined with the explosive catapult force, if it really hit, the damage would be great. Unfortunately, he was not facing the same realm, but another cave world senior in Heavenly Abyss. It was not until Xue Lin's shot to his side that you casually stretched out a finger and gently flicked it on the sharp horn. Suddenly, Xue Lin shot back at a speed faster than the momentum, smashing and sinking several rockery before he slowly came to a stop. There was almost no need to judge the strength of the two sides. "Oh, it seems that this brother has bad luck and has drawn the wrong opponent," Li Jun said with a fake smile. Su Yu was expressionless and said to Xue Exan, "It's your turn." Xue Exan stepped forward without saying a word and stared at Li Jun. "My opponent is you?" Among the three of them, Xue Exan's cultivation was the closest to Li Jun's, although the strength of the two was actually worlds apart. "That's not it. You are lucky that your opponent is not me," Li Jun said to the young man of the Li family, who was a stage for Mortal Fairy. "Go ahead, just exchange a few blows." Xue Exan was a level 1 cave world senior, while this person was only a stage for Mortal Fairy, so the result was obvious. The young man of the Li family grinned and licked his lips. "Just in time. I want to test the strength of the Xue family's cave world senior." Leaping forward, the two sides quickly exchanged blows. Strangely, the fight between the cave world senior and the stage for Mortal Fairy did not end immediately. Instead, it was in a stalemate for a long time. Although Xue Exan's cultivation was higher, the power of her divine technique was mediocre. On the other hand, although the cultivation of the young man of the Li family was not good, the divine technique he cultivated was quite extraordinary, which was excavated from the ruins thousands of years ago. After a round of fighting, although Xue Exan suppressed her opponent, it was not until more than 20 rounds that she managed to defeat her opponent with her powerful divine strength. Her opponent turned around gracefully and jumped back. Then he said with a smile, "I admit defeat. However, to be honest, the Xue family's cave world senior is really unworthy of his name. It was so difficult for him to deal with a stage for Mortal Fairy like me." Although Xue Exan won, there was no relief on her face. Instead, her face was sullen and full of shame. The faces of the young men of the Xue family were also gloomy, and they looked at Xue Exan with resentment. If Su Yu hadn't warned them in advance, they might have lost their temper. Li Jun said with a smile, "It's not easy." The Xue family finally won a round. "Well, it's a draw. Next is the third round." Chapter 1592. He was referring to the day when the Morong clan's patriarch belittled him at the dock. In terms of talent, he was not even qualified to carry Xue Yu's shoes. Li Jun left in a sorry state. He was still jealous of Xue Yu. Just now, when he was arranging the order, he had secretly played a trick and arranged for Su Yu to have a fight with him in order to take revenge. The Xue family's disciples shook their heads silently, not harboring any hope. The result was obvious. They had no chance of winning. However, Su Yu still calmly stepped forward and said, "Let's begin." Li Jun grinned and pulled out a black whip from his sleeve. It shone with a metallic luster. "This is my high-grade immortal artifact, the Black Dragon Whip. You'd better dodge it quickly. If you get hit by the whip and get injured, it won't end well for you." Su Yu calmly said, long-winded, "Attack!" A murderous aura flashed between Li Jun's brows. "You asked for it." "Pa!" The Black Dragon Whip was filled with intense divine energy. Like a bolt of lightning, it broke through the sound barrier and attacked Su Yu. As a first Heaven World Master, Xue Exan could not see the attack clearly. Her heart skipped a beat, and she shouted, "Be careful!" But the whip was faster than her voice. Before her warning could reach Su Yu, the whip had already arrived. Many members of the Xue family closed their eyes. They didn't have the face to watch the Xue family suffer a crushing defeat. Clang! However, an unexpected metallic sound fell into his ears. Then Li Jun exclaimed in shock, "You!" When he opened his eyes to take a look, he saw that Su Yu had unknowingly taken out an iron sword and used the blade of the sword to block the whip. They didn't see clearly what was going on, but Li Jun was very clear. Su Yu unsheathed his sword at an astonishing speed and used his extremely mysterious sword techniques to deflect the force of the whip. He never knew that Xue Yu was proficient in swordsmanship. For Li Jun, it was a great humiliation. After all, he was a level 2 Cavern World senior, while Su Yu was only a stage for Mortal Fairy. The gap between them was much larger than Xue Lin and Yu. With a trace of anger, Li Jun's divine power surged, and he used 50% of his Jinqi to attack with all his might. The girl named Yu narrowed her indifferent eyes and shouted in a low voice, "Li Jun, retreat!" However, Li Jun had already taken action. The black, dragon-like whip streaked across the sky like a phantom as it whipped towards Su Yu's waist. Su Yu did not move an inch. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Just as the whip was about to strike him, he drew his sword and moved. He cleverly used the blade of his sword to guide the trajectory of the whip. As for himself, he held the iron sword and moved against the whip until he was 3 inches away from Li Jun. The tip of an iron sword mercilessly touched his shoulder armor. Groaning in pain, Li Jun felt as if he had been electrocuted. His wrist involuntarily loosened the whip, and his body retreated a few steps. Not only did his second attack fail, but it was also broken by his opponent and even injured. What if it wasn't an iron sword, but an incomparably sharp immortal sword? Li Jun flew into a rage out of humiliation. He felt that his dignity had been greatly challenged. As a dignified level 2 cave abode worldmaster, his move had been broken by a stage for Mortal Fairy? Scram! Li Jun's entire body surged with divine power, creating a gust of wind. He had actually used all of his divine power. However, at this moment, Su Yu's figure floated like a ghost. When he released his divine power, instead of retreating, he moved forward and slapped his cheek with his sword. The broad and thick blade of the sword made Li Jun's body tremble, leaving a bright red mark on his face. He was furious like an enraged beast and roared, "I will tear you apart!" His hands turned into claws and slapped towards the top of Su Yu's head with the intention of killing him. Obviously, he who was repeatedly at a disadvantage was a little out of control. Su Yu's expression was still calm. He, who was originally holding the sword with one hand, suddenly held it with both hands. Holding the hilt of the sword with his right hand, he casually pulled out a long sword that was condensed with moonlight. He stabbed upwards, easily piercing Li Jun's palm and breaking his arm all the way to his head. The severe stinging pain made Li Jun sober up a little, and he screamed in horror. Ding! Suddenly, there was a soft sound, and the figure of a woman leaped over with incredible movement skills. At the critical moment, she pointed a small dark green sword at the blade of Yu Guang's sword. The confrontation between the two swords came to an abrupt end. The woman who attacked was the level 1 Cavern World Senior woman named Yu. But how could she be a level 1 Cavern World Senior with such fast movement skills? Let people go when possible. Yu looked at Su Yu and said calmly. Su Yu looked at her calmly and gently pulled the beauty under the moon out of Li Jun's arm. He shook off the blood and inserted it into the iron sword. He glanced at the people of the Li family and said, "It looks like our Xue family is winning." Li Jun could not accept such a situation. His words had come true. He had been defeated by Su Yu, and he was not even qualified to carry his shoes. He roared, "You sneak attacked me. I don't accept this. Do it again." Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and Li Jun's head was bleeding profusely. "It was you." She stared at Li Jun coldly and said, "How long are you going to embarrass yourself?" Li Jun covered his face and said, I don't accept this. Normally, there is no way I would lose. You said coldly lose? You should be wondering why I was able to save your life in time. Do you really think my movement skills are fast enough? Ah. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Suyu. Li Jun said in disbelief, You mean, you snorted coldly? Shut up! Don't embarrass the Li family again. She turned to look at Suyu and said, Thank you for sparing my life. Everyone was dumbfounded. It seemed that Shueyu had shown mercy. Otherwise, he could have killed a level 2 Cavern World Senior with a single strike. Suyu turned his head and said, You are the eldest daughter of the Li family, Liu, right? There was only one person among the younger generation of the Li family who had such fast movement skills and swordsmanship to block Suyu's sword. She was the eldest daughter of the Li family, the strongest young talent of the current generation of the Li family, Liu. The breath of level 1 heaven that she exuded must have been a deliberate concealment. Her real cultivation was as high as level 3 Cavern World Senior. In terms of strength, she was stronger than Shuelei. Yes, Liu took off her mask and revealed a delicate and beautiful face. As soon as her face was revealed, it caused a commotion among the younger generation of the Shui family. Liu's name was well known. Everyone on the Twin Star Island knew her. Suyu said, It's just a friendly match, not a fight. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Suyu had really shown mercy. Liu stared at Suyu and said, You won. I thought Shuelei was the only one in the Shui family. I didn't expect you to be the real heaven ruler. You are so many times stronger than your brother Shuelei. Li Jun looked reluctant and wanted to deny it. If Suyu could defeat him, could he defeat Liu? Liu continued, A stage for mortal fairy has reached the level of a level 2 world master in the abode of 2 universe masters by relying on his own strength. Not to mention your elder brother. Not to mention me. Even the descendants of the top 3 families in the sea area have never achieved this. Hearing that, Li Jun was shocked. A thought flashed through his mind. If Shueyu had the cultivation of a level 2 Cavern World Senior, would Liu be a match for him? Thinking of that, Li Jun broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Suyu with fear. It was as if he could see the birth of a peerless genius in the Shui family. I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. Liu regarded Suyu as a great enemy, far above Shuelei. Suyu smiled with his hands behind his back and changed the topic. Everyone, did you enjoy today's tour? The Shui family's children were all excited, their faces glowing with pride. When they competed with the Li family, they lost more than they won. Even if Shuelei led the team, they would most likely be defeated. Today's victory had swept away their gloom and made them overjoyed. Especially Liyu's attitude. What kind of existence was Liu? The number 1 of the younger generation in the Twin Star Island had never looked at the young people of the Shui family. Even Shuelei had never looked at Liu seriously. But today, Liu treated Shueyu seriously as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, Shueyu's image in their hearts soared to the sky, comparable to Shuelei. Liyu's pretty eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Her cold and arrogant face broke into a smile. Of course it's fun. How can I not be happy when I can meet a worthy opponent? Her tone changed. However, don't celebrate too early. I am currently cultivating a sword technique of an alien race, which surpasses any of the legacy sword techniques of the Twin Star Island. If you don't cultivate it, you may not be qualified to fight me in the future. So you thought about it and said, Are you talking about the song of the Blue Heart Sword? Liyu's eyes suddenly turned sharp. She gripped the small emerald sword and asked in a low voice, How did you know? Suyu smiled. Not only do I know, but I also have the sword technique. With a swish, he took out a sword manual. Judging by the handwriting, it was written recently. It was the song of the Blue Heart Sword. Who told you that? Tell me. Li Yu looked nervous and surprised. Su Yu said, "An elder who is on good terms with the Li family said someone offered 100,000 Taichu dollars to translate this book. I didn't expect it to be the eldest daughter of the Li family." Li Yu's pupils shrank. "Are you saying that the elder is on good terms with the Li family?" Even though she had guessed it, Li Yu was still surprised to hear it confirmed with her own mouth. Su Yu smiled and threw the sword manual to Xue Xan without turning his head. "You should be rewarded for your effort in sparring. Take it and cultivate." Jiang Xan caught it blankly, not knowing what it was. Li Yu's expression tensed. "You gave the supreme sword technique of the Spirit Sword Clan to an ordinary clan member? Don't waste it." In fact, she wanted to tell Su Yu not to spread it. Once the sword technique was spread, she would have no advantage after cultivating it. Su Yu said, when all the Xue family members were afraid to fight, she fought for the honor of the family. She should be rewarded for that alone. Hearing that it was the famous sword technique of the Spirit Sword Clan, Xue Xian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her hands, which were holding the sword manual, could not stop trembling. It was as if she was in a dream. When she heard Su Yu's explanation, it was as if a door of light had opened in her heart that had been suppressed for many years. It was as if she had met someone who understood her. Tears of gratitude and sadness rolled down her cheeks. She knelt down. "Thank you, Brother Xue Yu." This was the first time she had spoken to Xue Yu. In her eyes, Xue Yu was no different from the other indifferent clan members. Su Yu rolled up his sleeves and helped her up. "You are from the same clan. Why do you need to bow to me like an outsider? If you really want to thank me, study this sword manual seriously." Xue Xian was moved to tears. "I will train wholeheartedly and not let you down." After some thought, Su Yu tossed another book to Xue Lin. It was called Snow Leopard Travel. Li Yu clenched her fists. "This is the divine technique of the Phantom Leopard Clan that the Li family paid 50,000 Taichu dollars to have translated." The hearts of the Li family members were bleeding. The legacy that the Li family had accumulated for thousands of years, the translation that the Li family had spent a great deal of money and effort to obtain, ended up benefiting the Xue family. The Xue family had gotten everything without spending a single cent. Chapter 1593. Xue Lin held the divine technique, his palms trembling with excitement. He was both happy and anxious. "But Brother Xue Yu, I didn't win. Why did you give it to me?" Su Yu smiled lightly. "I told you qualifications and strength are important, but the heart is equally important. Take it and train." Thank you, Brother Su Yu." Xue Lin had been bullied by his family for years. Now that Su Yu had helped him, he cried with gratitude. "Brother Su Yu, I, Xue Lin, will never be able to repay your kindness." Su Yu said, "Don't thank me. Thank yourself if you want to." He glanced at the rest of the Xue family members. They were all jealous and envious. When they met Su Yu's eyes, there was desire, regret, and shame. They wanted to ask for the divine techniques of the foreign races, but they knew that Xue Yu would never reward them. However, to their surprise, Su Yu waved his sleeves. There were dozens of different divine techniques of the foreign races on the ground. Although these divine techniques were not as powerful as the Song of the Blue Heart Sword and the Snow Leopard Travel, they were still powerful. Choose one that suits you. Train seriously and don't let down the expectations of your family, Su Yu said. His words were full of expectations for them. While the juniors were pleasantly surprised, they were also deeply moved. In the past, they had all admired Xue Lei. They had helped Xue Lei to mock, and attack Xue Yu. Now, not only did he not tease them, but he was also standing on the side of the family. "Thank you, Brother Su Yu." Someone bowed sincerely and chose a secret book. The rest of the people also chose the divine techniques that suited them. They had mixed feelings about Su Yu. After the tour, Su Yu sent Li Yu and the others back to the living room. The discussion between the elders of the two clans had just ended. Li Qianquan walked out of the living room with a gloomy face. When he saw the juniors of the Shui family, he stopped to pay attention. When he saw Su Yu, his eyes stopped for a moment. There was surprise and fear in his eyes. He must have confirmed that the rumor was true. That senior expert did know Shui Yu. This news was extremely unfavorable to the Shui family. Let's go. Li Qianquan looked at Su Yu and led the juniors away. When he came to the outside world, Li Qianquan's eyes shone with a fierce light. This Shui Yu, I really didn't expect that the most threatening person among the younger generation of the Shui clan wasn't Shualei, but the silent second brother. An elder with a high position said in a low voice, "Patriarch, do you want me to send someone?" He made a gesture across his neck. "No," Li Yu said solemnly. Li Qianquan looked at her. "You, do you have any brilliant ideas?" Li Yu pointed at Li Jun. The injuries on his body were obvious at a glance. Li Qianquan had been preoccupied with other matters and did not notice it. Only now did he notice the sharp wound on Li Jun's arm. His eyes were sharp as he said, "Injured by an emperor-level divine weapon." When Li Yu said, "Just now, the juniors of our two families sparred." Li and Li said, "Chan and Li I, Yu." Li Yu Li Qianquan didn't care about the outcome of a duel. But Li Yu shook her head. "See, this is the problem I wanted to talk about." "Oh? Just say it." Li Qianquan was puzzled. Li Yu said, "Father, why don't you guess who hurt Li Jun?" Li Qianquan frowned. He didn't expect his daughter to ask about the person who hurt Li Jun suddenly. An unbelievable thought flashed within Li Qianquan's mind, and he said, "Could it be that the person who injured him was Shui Yu?" Li Yu didn't answer. Li Jun lowered his head in shame. Li Qianquan stopped in his tracks. The elders also stopped and stared at Li Jun in shock. Li Qianquan said in a low voice, "Li Jun, is it really him?" Li Jun knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "I'm useless. I lost to him. Please punish me, father." How could this be? They all had the same question in their minds. They knew Shui Yu's strength very well. His previous duels were all at the level of the mortal fairy realm. Logically speaking, he wouldn't be able to achieve much and wouldn't be threatened. Li Qianquan asked, "Was it a sneak attack or were you careless?" Li Jun was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Li Yu said, "It was a head-on duel." "A head-on duel? How is that possible?" Li Qianquan was surprised. Li Yu shook her head. "I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. But you have to believe that such a genius exists in this world. His mysterious swordsmanship doesn't look like a newbie at all. Instead, he looks like a strong man who has been studying swordsmanship for many years." Li Jun lost to him completely. Swordsmanship? Surprise flashed in Li Qianquan's eyes. His face was full of uncertainty. The elder who proposed to assassinate Su Yu said anxiously, "Master, we can't hesitate anymore. This man is not only acquainted with that senior, but he is also a super genius who can defeat enemies of a higher level. If we don't kill him, the Li family will be in danger." Li Qianquan looked at Li Yu and shook his head. "That's why Yue stopped you from assassinating him. He is a key figure who maintains the relationship between the Shui family and that senior. He is a reclusive heaven ruler with unparalleled talent. Do you think the Shui family will leave him unprotected like before? I'm afraid he has already set up a trap around him, waiting for our assassins to come to him. Once the assassination failed, the relationship between the two clans would be ignited and a war would break out. There was a limit to the Li family's strength compared to the Shui family. If they really fought, both sides would suffer, and the other small forces of the Twin Star Island would benefit. It looks like we can only wait for the cave of 10,000 dragons to strike." Li Qianquan was full of murderous intent. "The discussion just now has basically confirmed that Shui Yu will be on the Shui family's list of participants in the cave of 10,000 dragons. If we want to strike, that's the only time. Li Jun frowned secretly. As a woman, she had an ambition that many men couldn't compare to. Compared to scheming, she wanted to defeat Shuiyu with her own strength. But the elders made the decision, and it wasn't her place to interrupt. The two clans finished their discussion. A haggard but powerful cave abode world venerable figure stepped on the constellation sea and landed on the Twin Star Island. He leaped to the Shui family and landed directly in the Shui residence. When the servants of the Li residence saw him, they didn't stop him. Instead, they were very respectful and didn't even pant. Their expressions were extremely respectful. Young master, Cheng Wei, who had just sent Li Qingquan back, exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the young master in surprise. The other's clothes were tattered, and there were many wounds all over his body. He wasn't as high-spirited as he used to be. What surprised Cheng Wei the most was that Shui Lei had stolen their ice-fire ship. Logically speaking, the ice-fire ship was 10 times faster than an ordinary ship. He should have returned to the family earlier than them. Why did he return half a month later? And he even looked like he was in a mess? Shui Lei stared at him coldly and snorted. Where's father? He's in the guest hall. He just sent off the guests and is still discussing important matters with the elders. Why don't you wait for a while and let me go report first? Cheng Wei said. Shui Lei's eyebrows relaxed. He quickened his steps and went straight to the main hall. No need. He had successfully completed the mission to collect the important items from the Star Pavilion. He could ask for credit from his father and the elders. This would be very beneficial to establishing his image in the family. He pushed open the door to the guest hall. Seeing that all the core members of the family were there, he couldn't help but be secretly happy. This was the situation he wanted. Of course, it would be better if Shuiyu wasn't there. Father. Shui Lei was overjoyed. However, before he could finish, Shui Yuntian interrupted him with dissatisfaction. Lei, why don't you understand the rules? The secret agents of the family are not allowed to disturb them. You broke the rules by barging in like this. Shui Lei was startled. It wasn't the first time he had done something like this, but it was the first time he was criticized by his father. He was a little surprised. He looked at the other elders. They used to be tolerant of him, but now they were all showing dissatisfaction. What was going on? Shui Lei felt strange. Forget it. Don't do it again. Shui Yuntian waved his hand. Stand aside. We'll talk about it later. Shui Lei couldn't figure it out. He stood aside and watched quietly. He heard the clan master and the elders talking excitedly as they listened to Su Yu's explanation of the duel. He even mentioned Shui Xian and Shui Lin, as well as the divine techniques of the foreign races. In the end, the clan master and the elders were all smiling. Some even slapped the table and laughed heartily. The entire meeting room was filled with a sense of exhilaration and elation. Shui Lei was keenly aware that Shui Yu seemed to be the center of attention in the secret discussion of the elders. The clan master and the elders were all surrounding Su Yu. When they finished, Shui Lei took a deep breath. His face was full of joy. He stepped forward and said with a smile, Father, elders, Shui Lei didn't disappoint you. I completed the mission given by the family with great difficulty and brought back 100 starlight herbs from the Star Pavilion, fulfilling the Shui family's tribute this year. Hearing that, the clan master and the elders only smiled symbolically. Even the clan leader only gave a few words of praise in a neutral tone. It was completely different from the various awards and praises he had received in the past. Shui Lei suddenly felt a huge disparity. He couldn't figure out the reason, no matter how he thought about it. After thinking for a while, he didn't want to delve into it. His eyes flashed, and he said what he really wanted. Father, there's still half a month before the ancestral worship. I'm willing to represent the family to worship the ancestors. He had just completed a difficult mission for the family. Striking while the iron was hot, he asked to be the representative for the ancestral worship. In fact, Since he came of age, he had always been the representative of the Shui family without exception. He was just giving the family an excuse to confer him the title of representative. Among the family, apart from Shui Lei, who else was qualified to represent the Shui family? On the contrary, if he refused to represent the Shui family, the clan master and the elders would have to worry about who to choose. With a hint of pride in his heart, Shui Lei waited for the clan master to announce. Lei, you've been the one to do the ancestral worship all these years. It's been hard on you. I feel bad about it. I've discussed with the elders. Why don't we let your younger brother Shui, you be the representative this year? Shui Lei's conditions were reversed. He smiled and said obediently, I'm willing. Chapter 1594. Shui Yuntian nodded. Yes, let Shui you represent us this year. Shui Lei couldn't believe his ears. He had never thought that one day the right to worship the ancestors that belonged to him would be taken away by Shui Yu. He stood up and asked why. Shui Yuntian said, We can't give you the opportunity to cultivate the divine path every year, can we? Shui Yu is at the 4th stage of the mortal fairy, and this is the most critical moment for him to cultivate the divine path. As his brother, you should understand. Shui Lei stared at Su Yu, recalling the conversation in the house. He felt that Su Yu was trying to please them, or Su Yu was bad-mouthing him in front of them. Father! Shui Lei's eyes were resolute. Only the best of the clan can represent us. Otherwise, how can the ancestors rest in peace? Father, please be careful. Shui Yuntian frowned and said, Your brother Shui Yu is not bad. I have made up my mind, and there is no room for negotiation. He actually wanted to say that he was stronger than Shui Lei, but he couldn't bring himself to say such hurtful words. Shui Yuntian stared at Su Yu with hatred, then turned his hopeful eyes to the elder of the Lone Mountain. He said, Elder of the Lone Mountain, for the sake of my contributions to the family, do you really have the heart to let me miss this opportunity? I am not far from becoming a level 2 Cavern World Master. Unexpectedly, the elder of the Lone Mountain, who had always been partial to him, looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression and said in a rare impartial manner, Shui Lei, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your father is right. Shui Yu is at the critical moment of becoming a Cavern World Master. Shui Lei was stunned. He could hardly believe that the elder of the Lone Mountain in front of him was the unreasonable great ancestor who was partial to him. What had happened? Why did the elder of the Lone Mountain not speak for him? Endless resentment burst forth in his heart as he stared at Su Yu. Did you badmouth me? You despicable man. I just robbed your ice fire ship. Do you have to be so insidious? Shui Yuntian frowned. Lei, what did you just say? You robbed Yu's ice fire ship? The rest of the elders also looked at Su Yu in surprise. Shui Yuntian asked, why didn't you mention this? Su Yu revealed a faint smile and said magnanimously, It's just a trivial matter. Since I've already returned safely, there's no need to mention it. If the Li family were to find out about it, they would only ridicule us, the Shui family's brothers, for not being united. These words warmed the hearts of the elders. On the other hand, Shui Lei, if there was no comparison, there was no difference in strength. In the past, they had thought that Shui Lei's shortcomings could be tolerated, but now, in comparison, his character and Shui Yu's were like heaven and earth. Even Shui Lei bullied him like that, but Shui Yu put the clan first and endured silently. If Shui Lei hadn't taken the initiative to bring it up, they wouldn't have known about it at all. Seeing that the crowd was once again bewitched by Su Yu, Shui Lei laughed angrily. I really cannot tell. Not only are you good at backstabbing people, you're also good at coaxing people. You want to step on me to achieve your goals? Ha! Brilliant, truly brilliant. Pa! Just as he finished speaking, a loud slap landed on Shui Lei's face, causing him to see stars. His eyes fixed on Shui Yuntian, who was standing in front of him with an angry expression. His eyes filled with disappointment. If I told you that your brother has never mentioned a word about you to us since he came back, let alone bad-mouthing you, how would you feel? Shui Lei covered his face, the hatred in his eyes increasing. He said in a low voice, I don't believe it. If he hadn't slandered me behind my back, why would you treat me like this? Treat you like what? Shui Yuntian said. You want to say that we treat you better than we used to, but treat your brother better than we used to, right? Do you want to know the reason? It's simple, because your brother has made contributions to the family that several generations have not been able to do. Is that enough? Shui Lei was shocked, but more than that, he did not believe it. He did not believe that Shuiyu, who had been stepped on by him since he was born, could have made any great contributions. He stubbornly believed that they had been coaxed by Suyu. Fine, I believe you. Shui Lei clenched his teeth. But I still don't think it's right to give him the ancestral offering. Giving the divine path to a good-for-nothing like him is a complete waste. It's better to give it to me, the genius of the family. He turned and walked out furiously, not even looking back. You will regret giving him this once-a-year opportunity. Shui Yuntian glared at him, clenching his fists. He had the urge to rush forward and teach him a lesson. But Shui Lei was his son after all. He sighed helplessly, rubbing his brows tiredly as he sat back down weakly. At that moment, Su Yu's voice came to his ears. Father, don't worry. Big brother has always been like this, and he did not mean to contradict you. I believe he will understand father's painstaking efforts in the future. Shui Yuntian was gratified, his mood improving. He looked at Suyu with even more fondness. You have my heart. The ancestral offering ceremony on the Twin Star Island was a grand occasion. Everyone was overjoyed, except for Shui Lei, who was drinking alone. Half a month after he returned to the family, all the young girls in the family who used to surround him and call him Brother Shui Lei had disappeared without a trace. The youths who idolized him and hoped to receive his guidance also avoided him, as if they were afraid of being associated with him. It was as if the young king of the family had been kicked off his throne overnight, and no one was interested in him. As he was feeling puzzled, a group of frolicking people suddenly came into view. Looking over, he could not help but be enraged. He saw Shuiyu, surrounded by the young members of the family, walking toward the ancestral offering stage like a king. Brother Shuiyu, the crown on your head is so handsome, let me wipe it for you, a charming young girl said with a smile. Shui Mei, you slut. Don't take advantage of Brother Shuiyu, okay? Shui Mei giggled. Shui Ruxu, you've been hugging Brother Shuiyu's arm for so long. Can't I take advantage of you? Shui Mei and Shui Ruxu were the beautiful young girls in the family who surrounded Shui Lei all year round. Now they had abandoned him and thrown themselves into Shuiyu's arms. The group of youths who were escorting him and parting the crowd outside were the young men of the family who were trying to please him and ask for his guidance. Seeing this, Shui Lei was furious. You've gone too far. Shui Lei slammed the table, shattering the stone table in the pavilion. The violent sound frightened the young girls, and they squeezed into Su Yu's arms even more, as if Shui Lei was too fierce and they were afraid of him. Shuiyu, come over here. Shui Lei pointed at Su Yu angrily. Su Yu was helpless. He did not want to be so ostentatious, but ever since the sparring session he had shown his hidden abilities and won the respect of the family. His act of forgetting the past and bestowing the foreign clan's divine techniques had won them a great deal of affection. On top of that, Su Yu was gentle and approachable, unlike Shui Lei, who was difficult to please. Naturally, the younger generation of the family, be it men or women, were very close to him. Unless Su Yu was in isolation, he would be surrounded by a group of young girls carrying sticks to clear the way, just like what was happening in front of him. Unknowingly, this infuriated Shui Lei again. He stood still and said, Big brother, what's the matter? Shui Lei was furious, but when he called out to Shuiyu, he found that he had nothing to say. What could he say? Say that Su Yu had snatched away his followers? Wasn't that embarrassing enough? He could not bring himself to say that. Suddenly, Xue Lei remembered something and sneered. Have you forgotten that you still owe me 30,000 Taichu dollars? Why, as your creditor, can't I collect my debt? Su Yu had inquired about the reason for this debt in the past 2 weeks. Xue Yu could not get help from the family, so he wanted to buy some resources outside and borrowed 1,000 Taichu dollars from Xue Lei. As a result, the interest compounded until it reached a huge sum of 30,000 Taichu dollars. Although Xue Yu tried his best to repay more than 4,000 Taichu dollars, how could it keep up with the interest compounding? Su Yu was quite critical of Xue Lei for scheming against his own brother. However, it was only right to repay a debt, whether it was compounding or not, it was still a debt. Haha, I also know that you are a poor wretch with no money to use. How about this? You kneel down and kowtow to me today, and I will deduct 10 Taichu dollars. How about that? Xue Lei suggested. Such public humiliation, especially when Su Yu is going to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony later. Why aren't you speaking? Think about it. 10 Taichu dollars for a kowtow. This is a benefit that you can't even dream of. What are you hesitating for? Xue Lei mocked. The many juniors around Su Yu were also angry. Xue Lei was the one who had gone too far. I will return the 1,000 Taichu dollars for Brother Xue Yu. Xue Xian walked out coldly and slapped a cosmos sack on the stone bench. Xue Lei's eyes narrowed and he sneered. Xue Xian, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you have grown up. How dare you go against me? I will also return the debt for Brother Xue Yu. Xue Lin walked forward with trepidation and put down 500 Taichu dollars. How dare you? Xue Lei was angry, and Xue Xian was one thing, but Xue Lin was like a mouse meeting a cat whenever he saw him, and now he dared to openly oppose him. I will also help Brother Su Yu pay the debt. This is all I have. Xue Mei giggled and took out a small bag with a sweet smile, throwing it on the stone bench. There were more than 300 Taichu dollars in it. Then I can't fall behind, right? Xue Ruxu said with a smile, throwing a Taichu dollar on the ground. Me too. Hee hee, I can't take Brother Su Yu's things for free. A group of youths also helped Su Yu out. In the past, Xue Lei was the most powerful, and they dared not offend him. But now that Su Yu was the most valued by the clan, why would they still be afraid of Xue Lei? Before long, in the pavilion, on the stone bench, and on the ground were piles of money bags. There were about $10,000 to $20,000, which was a huge sum of money even for a family. Xue Lei glared at them coldly. How dare you? What answered him was a pair of fearless eyes. The more they behaved like that, the angrier Xue Lei became. Good, good, good. All of you are hard now, aren't you? You want to pay the debt for him, right? Fine, I still need 15,000 Taichu dollars. All of you kneel and kowtow to me. If I am satisfied with your kowtow, I will write off the debt. Otherwise, get out of my sight. Everyone was in a difficult position. They could only gather about 10,000 Taichu dollars, even if they gave it their all. Keep it. I appreciate your kindness. Su Yu waved his sleeves, and all the money bags fell into their hands. Xue Lei grinned. What? Have you thought it through and want to kneel? Pow! Chapter 1595. 30,000 Taichu coins, and we'll write off all our debts, Su Yu said calmly. You. Xue Lei sneered. He grabbed the bag and opened it. He was stunned. It was indeed 30,000 Taichu coins. Where did you get so much money from? He could not believe it. Even if someone in the family wanted to secretly give him such a huge amount of money, they would have to consider the tolerance of the family. This was definitely not a small amount. You don't have to ask about my origin. Su Yu turned to the crowd and said, I still have some money here. Let's divide it up and go buy something you like. When he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a large amount of golden Taichu coins fell into everyone's arms. Wow, 2,000 Taichu coins. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Brother Su Yu, did you rob the Li family's treasury? How do you have so many coins? Oh my God, everyone has been given 2,000 Taichu coins. That's a total of 100,000, right? Even the senior martial artist would not be able to take out that much easily. Brother Suyu, I love you so much. I'm going to betray the Xue family and change my name to marry you. Xue Lei was stunned. 100,000 Taichu coins? Even he did not have that much. Under his astonished gaze, Suyu, who was surrounded by many beautiful young girls and young men, walked towards the ancestral shrine, where the ancestral worship ceremony was held. After a long time, Xue Lei came back to his senses. He clenched his fists and growled, "Xue Yu, I'm going to make you lose all your face. Just you wait." The long and complicated ancestral worship ceremony lasted from early morning until the moon was bright. Although it was Su Yu's first time participating in the ceremony, he was calm and composed. The Xue family was very satisfied with his performance. After the ancestral worship ceremony, the door of the palace tomb was opened under the witness of the two families. Su Yu and Li Yu, the representatives of the two families, came to the palace tomb at the same time. Xue Yuntian said, when you water, remember to go to the center of the lake as much as possible. The closer you are to the center, the better the effect of the water. But don't go too deep once you find the resistance is too strong. Nodding his head, Suyu took her advice to heart and entered with Li Yu. There was a long tunnel from the entrance to the center of the lake. Li Yu was familiar with the route and said as she walked, "Xue Yu, be careful next time." Su Yu's eyes flickered. "What do you mean?" Li Yu remained silent and did not respond. Was she warning him that someone was plotting against him? But who could it be? Was it someone from the Li family or Tuobaluan from the Feather God clan? With questions in mind, Su Yu quickly arrived at the underground lake. According to the legend, the location of the lake was the spine of the giant skeleton. Every year, a pool of spirit liquid would be produced for the use of the younger generation of the Xue and Li families. The lake was emerald green in color, as beautiful as jade. Li Yu stood by the lake and took off her outer clothes as if no one was around. She was only wearing a thin layer of silk underwear and immediately walked into the lake. She didn't even turn her head as she said, "Hurry up." After 6 hours, the spiritual liquid will return to the depths of the spinal cord. How much we can absorb will depend on our own abilities. Is that so? Su Yu nodded and entered the water. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt his soul stirring. The 8,000 divine paths that were in deep slumber showed signs of trembling, as if they were about to awaken. This spiritual liquid does have a miraculous effect on the divine paths. Su Yu was secretly surprised and continued to take 5 steps towards the center of the lake. Just as Xue Yuntian said, the closer to the center of the lake, the stronger the effect of the spiritual liquid on the divine paths. However, the resistance also increased. After 10 steps, Su Yu felt extremely pressured. Xue Lei's limit is 13 steps, and mine is 20 steps. Li Yu turned her head and looked at him. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of expectation. 13 steps? Su Yu gritted his teeth. He could do it too. The problem was, the effect of the spiritual liquid was not very different from 3 steps. The divine paths that he wanted to comprehend were not 1 or 2, but thousands of them. This effect was not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. But how to reduce the resistance? Su Yu observed the spiritual liquid for a moment. After thinking for a while, he began to operate the path of rain that had not been carefully refined. As soon as the path of rain was operated, Su Yu felt the resistance around him weaken a lot, allowing him to take 2 steps forward. It is indeed related to the divine path. The stronger the divine path, the closer to the center of the lake, and vice versa. Understanding this, Su Yu's heart was as clear as a mirror. He released the 2nd level of the divine path, and the resistance weakened again. Su Yu took 3 steps in a row. This repeated 3 times. By the 4th divine path, Su Yu had taken 20 steps, reaching the same level as Li Yu. Looking sideways, Liu had entered a meditative state and was completely unaware of the outside world. Her beautiful brows were tightly furrowed, and she was immersed in the torturous tempering of the divine path. Su Yu remained calm and continued to release the divine path. By the time he released 100 divine paths, he had taken 300 steps and reached the center of the lake. The spiritual liquid here had the best tempering effect on the divine path, almost comparable to the acceleration of time. Time waits for no one. Su Yu immediately prepared to temper the divine path. In half a day, if nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to condense 100 divine paths. However, at that moment, Su Yu's feet were empty. The center of the lake was hollow. He stepped on it and fell into the hole at the bottom of the lake. He instinctively swam up, but suddenly felt the effect of the spiritual liquid below was more powerful. Delighted, he plunged headlong into it. Half an hour later, in the deepest part of the spinal cord, in front of a huge green bead. This should be the essence of this giant beast when it was alive, stored in the spinal cord. Su Yu sensed the powerful spiritual liquid emitted from the bead and held it. Suddenly, Su Yu trembled and felt numb all over. The 8,000 divine paths in his body were constantly trembling, as if they were about to awaken immediately. The remaining 2,000 divine paths, which had not been comprehended, were also rapidly solidifying. There were still 2.5 hours left before the end of the time limit, and Su Yu immediately began to concentrate on the comprehension. Time flew, and 2 hours passed in a flash. In the center of the lake, a phantom of the divine Dharma, Laksana, flickered from time to time, one after another. It was extremely fascinating. It was not until half an hour later that it gradually weakened. The green bead in front of Su Yu was dim and lightless. The essence of the giant beast had been consumed by Su Yu overnight. However, the results were extremely amazing. A total of 1,000 divine paths had been comprehended. Such an effect was comparable to 2 months of painstaking cultivation in the state of 500 times the time family. He was only 1,000 divine paths away from the threshold of 10,000 divine paths. Becoming a god was not far away. After the cultivation, Su Yu sneaked out of the spinal cord and walked to the shore. When he was only 14 steps away from the shore, Liu slowly woke up from her meditation and saw Su Yu's figure. She was surprised and said, "You are really not simple. You are only a level 4 mortal fairy. But in terms of divine paths, you are 1 step stronger than your brother Shualei." Su Yu said, "Not as strong as you." She had taken 20 steps, while Su Yu had only taken 14. Liu did not deny this and said, "What you lack is time. When you reach my level, I believe it will not be too difficult to reach 20 steps. Stretching out her arms gracefully, Liu said, "Let's go back. The people of the 2 clans can't wait." The moment she got up, Su Yu's powerful soul immediately sensed the transformation of Liu's divine path. If he was not wrong, she was only 1 step away from the level 2 Cavern World Master. Back outside the Tomb Palace, Shui Yuntian and Li Qinquan came up to check their changes. Shui Yuntian looked at Su Yu and said, "How do you feel?" Su Yu smiled and said, "Not bad. The divine path has become more solid. Haha, it's good that it is effective. I will look for some useful treasures of heaven and earth. I believe you can break through the level of Cavern World Master within a year." Shui Yuntian was full of confidence and high spirits. However, Li Qinquan's laughter drowned him out. I am so proud of you," Li Qinquan said excitedly. Shui Yuntian looked at Liu and frowned slightly. As a strong man of level 1, he could acutely sense the changes in Liu. The Li family is so lucky to get such a treasure, Shui Yuntian said with jealousy. Liu stood out in the Twin Stars Island and was envied by others. Hiding his surprise, Shui Yuntian touched Su Yu's head and said, "My Yuer is also good. Let's go back and hold a banquet to congratulate you on your great progress in the divine path." "Wait," Li Qinkuan blocked Shui Yuntian's way and said in high spirits, Brother Shui, according to the usual practice of previous years, we should test the benefits that the representatives of both sides have obtained during the watering. This year is no exception, right? Shui Yuntian stared at him. Did he not understand? Li Yu was about to break through to level 2 Cavern World Master. How could Shui Yu compare to the benefits that she had obtained? Li Qiankuan's insistence was to embarrass the Shui family. Sure enough, all the elders of the Shui family had strange looks on their faces, and they found it difficult to speak. However, the ancestors of both families had set the rules in the past. If the Li family insisted they could only test it, it's still the same. My Yuo will go first. Li Qinkuan laughed and pointed to the left side of the Toon Palace door, where there was an ancient jade tablet that was quite old. Li Yu stepped forward and said, I have taken 20 steps, 2 more steps than before. As she spoke, she patted the jade tablet lightly with her palm. Traces of residual emerald mist leaked out from her palm and seeped into the jade tablet. The mist gathered into a small line of words that read 38, which meant that she had absorbed 38 drops of spiritual liquid in 3 hours. Shui Yuntian's face changed slightly, and his eyes were full of envy. He sighed and said, As expected of Liu, she is getting stronger each time. Last time, she only absorbed 30 drops, and this time she gained 8 drops in one go. The gap between her and Lei is getting bigger and bigger. Last time, Shui Lei had only taken 13 steps and absorbed 20 drops of spiritual liquid. Now, Liu had absorbed almost twice as much as Shui Lei. Li Yu pulled back her hand expressionlessly, looked at Li Qinkuan, and shook her head helplessly. She felt a little bored. What was the point of taunting the Shui family every year? Li Qinkuan didn't care and smiled warmly. Brother Shui, it's your Shui Yu's turn. The elders of the Shui family all looked away, looking uncomfortable. They didn't know whether to stand or sit and kept sighing. They looked at Shui Lei, who was standing in the crowd, and felt a little regret. If it was Shui Lei, the test result wouldn't be too bad, right? Although Shui Yu had high potential, he was only a stage for mortal fairy. How could his attainments in the divine path compare to Shui Yu's? It would be a miracle if he could take 8 steps. As for the amount of liquid he absorbed, the number was almost negligible, right? Shui Lei, who was in the crowd, curled his lips and said resentfully and proudly, A bunch of old things, you finally know how good I am? It's too late. I'll see how Shui Yu disgraces the Shui family. Shui Yuntian was a little embarrassed and sighed, You go. Su Yu walked up to the jade tablet calmly and said, I've taken 14 steps. The elders of the Shui family, who were originally gloomy, suddenly shivered and said in surprise, How many? Shui Yuntian also thought he had misheard. He thought to himself, could it be that he said 4 steps? 14, Su Yu repeated. Li Qiankuan was surprised and cast an inquiring look at Li Yu. Li Yu nodded to confirm. Li Qiankuan's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Su Yu even more fiercely. In the crowd, Shui Lei's mouth froze, and he said, Impossible. How could his divine path withstand the pressure of 14 steps of the spiritual liquid? Su Yu didn't answer, but hit the jade tablet with his palm. With a soft sound, a large cloud of green fog burst out from Su Yu's palm and was absorbed into the jade tablet. The crowd was stunned. What the hell? Why is there so much fog? Did he bring the spiritual liquid out? Chapter 1596. 3? Only 3 drops? The number 3 appeared on the jade tablet. Everyone was stunned. No matter how unstable the divine path was, it couldn't be only 3 drops, right? Li Qiankuan heaved a sigh of relief, while Shui Lei's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. On the other hand, the Shui family's faces darkened. However, someone else exclaimed, Wait, the number on the jade tablet is still changing. After the 3, there was an additional 3. 33? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. He took 14 steps, but absorbed 33 drops, which is almost the same as Liu's. Theoretically, it's impossible. Either the jade tablet was detected wrongly, or Shui, you understated the number of steps. Before they could finish their exclamations, the jade tablet changed again. After the 3-3, there was an additional 3. 333? Everyone was stunned. The jade tablet is broken. The jade tablet was indeed broken, and the 3 appeared again, one after another, until it filled the entire jade tablet. 33,333 drops. Haha, the jade tablet must be broken. Someone's mouth stiffened, and he smiled bitterly. Li Qingquan and Shui Lei were relieved. It turned out that the jade tablet was broken. Only Liu, after a moment of shock, thought back to the scene she saw when she opened her eyes. She stared deeply at Suyu and said, "Father, what if the jade tablet is not broken?" She said, "When I woke up, I did see Shui standing 14 steps away from the shore. But strangely, his back was facing the center of the lake." Li Qingquan's eyes narrowed. "You mean he walked back to the shore from the depths?" Liu didn't speak, but silently came to the jade tablet, raised her hand again, and patted the jade tablet. A cloud of green mist penetrated the jade tablet, and the 2 words 3-8 were condensed. The handwriting was clear, and there was no change. What did this mean? It meant that the jade tablet was not broken. The test just now was real. Li Qingquan gasped. Everyone was also numb. He absorbed 33,333 drops? What kind of powerful divine path was that? Strong as Shui Yuntian and Li Qingquan were level 1 Cavern World Masters. Their divine paths could only absorb more than 300 drops at most. Try again. Shui Yuntian's breathing quickened. Suyu felt somewhat helpless. He had not expected that there would be such a thing as a test. If he had known earlier, he would have made preparations. He would not have caused such a huge commotion. Thus, a scene that had never happened before appeared. The representatives of the 2 sides were re-examined twice. In the end, as expected, Suyu slapped it with his palm and obtained 33,333 drops. Not a single drop was missing. Without a doubt, Suyu had indeed absorbed that much. However, no one could imagine how Suyu had done it. Such a huge amount was much more than the total amount of ancestral offerings in the past. What's going on? Did Shuiyu cheat? I think there's an 80 to 90% chance that he cheated. Otherwise, the numbers are too illogical. I feel that there's no need for Shuiyu to cheat. Who would believe such a frightening number? If it were 20 or 30, I would believe it. Shua! A figure flew out from the crowd like a rock spreading its wings. He stood proudly and said, "Humph! How hard is it to find out the truth? Will we know when the divine Tao matches us?" Shui Yuntian looked at him and said angrily, "Bastard, get back!" In a public place, he actually made things difficult for his own people for his own selfish reasons. Shui Lei raised his head and said, "Father, I think you and the elders are wrong. Why are you protecting Shuiyu? Only by facing mistakes can we face the future." He wanted to expose Suyu in public and embarrass him in public. He wanted to make him lose face and be too ashamed to stay on the Twin Stars Island. Hearing this, the group of venerables were infuriated. When the 2 sides were fighting, he ran out to rebel. Wasn't this a joke to outsiders? Even the lonely mountain elder, who had always protected him, frowned and shouted, "Shui Lei, step back! Now is not the time to talk about this." "No." Shui Lei raised his head even higher. "You protect him, but it doesn't mean that I can tolerate his despicable behavior." He stared at Suyu. "Come on, show me your divine Tao. Let's see if you're playing tricks." He felt that he had seen through Shuiyu. Suyu's eyes were cold. He had promised to take good care of the Shui family. He really didn't want to turn against his brother. However, Xue Lei had repeatedly challenged his patience. No matter how he gave in, Xue Lei only got worse. Blindly giving in may not be respected and understood, especially in a powerful society. An eye for an eye was the best way. Compete with the divine Tao? Sure. Su Yu stepped forward with an indifferent look. 1,000-foot-tall divine Laksana stood behind him. The divine Laksana was extremely solid, like a real entity. Seeing this scene, the people present were surprised. A materialized divine Laksana? He is only a step away from igniting the divine statue, and he can become a god. Xue Yuntian was furious, but he couldn't help but be delighted. He secretly said, "You is too modest." He only said that he had improved a little. It turns out that he has achieved the upper tier of the divine Tao. But why is it the rain deity? Isn't you practicing the Qingyun path? Xue Lei's pupils constricted, and his face became colder. You really hit it well. You actually practiced the divine Tao to the extreme without anyone noticing. Well, I will try and see how powerful your divine Tao is. He was already a god, and he could transform into a divine Laksana. 1,000-foot-tall golden divine statue appeared. It was Xue Lei himself. From the aura it emitted, two Su Yu's divine Laksana combined were not as powerful as Su Yu's raging thunder divine path. Xue Lei stepped on the ground and punched with his fists. Su Yu stood still and did not intend to attack immediately. Instead, he continued to summon the divine Laksana. Boom! The second divine Laksana appeared. It was the mighty god divine path. But the two of them were still no match for Xue Lei. Therefore, the third divine Laksana appeared. Then the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth divine Laksana appeared. There were a total of 8 divine Laksana, shining with dazzling divine light which shocked the world. Xue Lei, who had a hideous smile on his face, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was horrified. 10 divine Laksana? How is that possible? How can one person possibly cultivate 10 divine Taos? What answered him was a group attack from 10 divine Laksana. The result was obvious. Xue Lei was beaten until he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. The divine Laksana was directly destroyed and revealed his true form. His true form was a level 3 Cavern World Senior. The divine Laksana could not cause any harm to him. Su Yu withdrew the 8 divine paths and said to the pale-faced Xue Lei, "How is it? Did you find out that I was cheating?" Xue Lei was full of resentment. Just now he was arrogant and wanted to teach Su Yu a lesson. In the end, he was taught a lesson by Su Yu. At this moment, he felt that he had become the laughingstock of the Twin Stars Island. Everything was because of Xue Yu. He had hidden so deeply just to embarrass Xue Lei today, didn't he? People were most afraid of stubbornness. The more Xue Lei thought about it, the more resentful he became. He shouted, "You despicable Mandai!" His footsteps were like thunder, creating a series of sonic booms as he attacked Su Yu. "Bastard!" With a furious roar, Xue Yuntian kicked him in the chest, causing his chest to explode. Under the intense pain, Xue Lei spat out several mouthfuls of blood and fainted. It was obvious that Xue Yuntian's kick was powerful. It also showed the hatred and extreme disappointment in his heart. Not only did he make a fuss in public, but he also wanted to kill his younger brother Xue Yu out of humiliation. Xue Yuntian really suspected that someone was pretending to be his son. A group of Grand Venerables also glared at him. If Xue Lei really killed a peerless genius who practiced 8 divine paths, it would be the greatest loss for the Xue family in 1,000 years. Yunhai Grand Venerable, Fenglin Grand Venerable, take this evil creature back to the family and lock him up for 100 years. Yes, the 2 Grand Venerables were disappointed in Xue Lei's performance. They dragged him away as if he was a dead dog. The Xue brothers turned against each other. According to common sense, they should have become a laughingstock. But no one in the Li family could laugh. It would be strange if they could laugh when they saw a peerless genius who practiced 8 divine paths in the Shui family. They might not even be able to sleep well at night. Apart from Li Yu, who had a strong desire to fight, the rest of the Li family looked terrible, as if they had eaten a bowl of flies. It was as if they were the ones who had lost face, not Suyu. This child must not be allowed to live. Li Qianquan's chest heaved violently. He stared at Suyu with eyes full of indescribable, murderous intent. He could predict what kind of treatment the Li family would receive in the future on Twin Stars Island. They would be crushed by the new king of the Shui family. Shui had to die. The ancestral worship ceremony that shook Twin Stars Island came to an end. But Twin Stars Island was in an endless state of shock. It turned out that the Loki Shueyu was the peerless genius who practiced 8 divine paths and looked down on Twin Stars Island. Although his current cultivation was not enough, his reputation had far surpassed Li Yu's, and he had become the #1 heaven pride in everyone's hearts. As the source of this matter, Suyu had attracted a lot of trouble. The most basic problem was how to gain the trust of Shui Yuntian and the Shui family's grand venerables. Fortunately, Suyu had already anticipated this day and had prepared an excuse. "Father, do you remember the elder who translated the secret manual of the alien clan?" Suyu asked. Shui Yuntian was shocked. "Are you trying to tell us that he was the one who gave you pointers?" "No," Suyu said. "That elder was only my master's disciple. I addressed him as my brother." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Such an elder was only a disciple? Then, who was the elder's master? Who was Shui Yu's master? His name was Qing Yun Empress. All the divine paths I learned were taught by him. Empress? The Shui family was shocked. I once met her in the Sea of Constellation. She said that we were destined to meet, so she accepted me as her unofficial disciple. Suyu recalled his encounter with Xia Jingyu in the long river of time and space. My master taught me several divine paths. She said that I should concentrate on practicing them and not spread them to others. So I practiced them secretly. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you in time. The Shui family was in a state of shock. After a long time, Shui Yuntian reacted. He stared at Suyu and thought for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, "Since it was your master's request, of course, you can't leak the secret." He turned to look at the crowd. "You heard what Shui said today, but you can't spread it. Do you understand?" All the elders knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded. The Lonely Mountain elders' eyes were cold. "If anyone dares to spread it, I will be the first to disagree." The great potential that Shueyu had shown now made him support him completely. Then, Shui Yuntian dismissed the crowd. "All right, you can all go now." Stay here," Shui Yuntian said. Suyu stood still and waited for the secret chamber to be empty. Then, Shui Yuntian closed the door and looked at Suyu. His eyes were deep and sharp as if they could see through people's hearts. He said calmly, "You are not my son." "Who are you?" Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Had he been exposed? Chapter 1597. He could sense the murderous intent in Shui Yuntian's eyes, which could be released at any time. When many precious techniques could not be used, the consequences of fighting with a level 1 Cavern World Master were obvious. Shui Yuntian waited for a moment, then said, "Why don't I change the question? Is you dead?" "Yes," Suyu said honestly. Shui Yuntian's body shook visibly, and his handsome face seemed to have aged a lot. "Did you kill him?" Shui Yuntian's tone was calm, but under the calmness was an impending storm. Suyu nodded. "No. Who was it?" Tuoba Luin of the Feather God clan was on his way to the Morong family for a marriage alliance. He was chased by 3 men in black clothes who were holding shadowless swords. Shui Yuntian leaned against the armchair and slowly closed his eyes. He looked very tired. After a long while he said slowly, "It was I who killed you, I should have known that the Feather God clan would not tolerate the alliance of other forces." I didn't take any precautions. Then his eyes shone brightly as he stared at Suyu and locked his gaze on him. Suyu faced him calmly without any fear. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Shui Yuntian asked. There was no longer any kindness in his eyes, only coldness and complicated emotions. Suyu shook his head. If you really wanted to kill me, you should have exposed me when all the elders were present. There was no need to keep me alive. Shui Yuntian stared at him for a long time, then said, I really can't kill you. If you die, the glory that the Shui family has gained will be turned into humiliation. Perhaps I should have been more rational and calmer. It would not have been too late to expose you after I had used you. Suyu looked back at him fearlessly. But you still said it. So, what are you going to do with me? I won't kill you, Shui Yuntian said, his eyes turning sharp. But you will never step out of the Shui family. I can't be sure whether you are kind or evil to the Shui family. Shui Yuntian stood up and walked past him. You can stay safe under my watch, but if you show any signs of trying to escape, I will kill you on the spot without mercy. Suyu stood where he was and sighed slightly. Was this imprisonment? From the looks of it, only by slowly comprehending the 1,000 divine Das would he be able to escape. At this time, the door was pushed open. It was the returning Lonely Mountain Elder, his face murderous. Patriarch, that evil creature Shui Lei ran away. When? Shui Yuntian's eyes sharpened. Just now, when we were spying. Lone Mountain, Venerable said. And he killed 10 of our people guarding the wall room. He even snatched the starlight grass. Shui Yuntian, who had been relatively calm, was instantly enraged. What? Which evil creature dared to kill his own people, and even snatched away the starlight grass that was about to be offered? Quick, bring me there to have a look. Shui Yuntian immediately rushed to the wall reflection room. Although Suyu did not know what use the starlight grass had, from his urgent tone, it should be something very important. After thinking for a while, Suyu rushed to the wall reflection room. Shui Yuntian had already arrived one step ahead of them. He stood beside the 10 corpses of his clansmen and stared at the blood splattering all over the ground, his fists tightly clenched. In particular, there was a sentence written in blood on the wall of the room. All of you will regret this. The ghastly words written in blood caused the expressions of the Shui family members to turn ugly. How many years had it been since Shui Lei had killed his own people and fled? More importantly, he had intentionally taken away the starlight grass. Chase him. If you find him, kill him on the spot. I, Shui Yuntian, will no longer have a son like Shui Lei. Shui Yuntian closed his eyes and said in pain. He had just learned that one of his sons had died, and now another had committed murder and fled. The double blow caused Shui Yuntian's legs to become weak, and he swayed lightly. Suyu sighed silently. Although Shui Lei's betrayal was due to his personality, Suyu was too outstanding, which was why he had been pushed away. He wanted to help, but Shui Yuntian had ordered him not to leave the Shui family home. The entire Shui family had been mobilized, from the clan master to the elders. Almost all of them had been mobilized. Only 2 or 3 elders were left to patrol the area. It could be said that they hated Shui Lei to the bone. Suyu returned to his courtyard, thinking about his future plans. Since he was under house arrest, he might as well go into seclusion and spend 10 years comprehending the last 1,000 divine paths in peace. However, as soon as he entered the courtyard, Suyu's keen senses picked up the scent of blood. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Shui Lei's bedroom. I didn't expect you to have such a plan. You didn't leave. Clang! The bedroom door was kicked open from the inside out. Shui Lei leaped out with a flip, grinning hideously. You didn't expect this, did you? Everyone thought that I had escaped. But I did the exact opposite and hid in the mansion, just so I could kill you, you bastard, before I left. I'm in this situation because of you. Looking around, Xue Lei's smile became even more hideous. Now, all the powerful elders in the family have left. I want to see who else can save you. Su Yu turned and ran without hesitation. However, as a mortal fairy of the fourth realm, how could he outrun Xue Lei? Xue Lei blocked Su Yu's way in no time. He said resentfully, "If I don't kill you before I leave, I won't be able to take this lying down. Die." A palm, filled with the power of a level 3 Cavern World senior, came fiercely. Su Yu pulled out the iron sword with a backhand. Clang! The iron sword was shaken by the palm, and it almost fell out of Su Yu's palm. Die! Xue Lei grinned like an evil spirit, and his palm slammed down. Seeing that it was about to hit Su Yu's body, he suddenly held the iron sword with his other hand and pulled out a long sword shrouded in moonlight with one hand. Humph! I knew you had this sword. Xue Lei had seen the beauty under the moonlight with his own eyes. How could he not be on guard? With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a gold-threaded glove and put it on his palm. Then he struck again. The sharp sword light of the beauty under the moonlight struck the gold-threaded glove, but it couldn't penetrate it. With a cracking sound, it bounced back. Die! Xue Lei grinned, and his palm slammed down. Su Yu yelled, revolving demonic moon style. The beauty under the moonlight in his palm was like a full moon, drawing a mysterious trajectory. Wisps of soul-stirring sword energy swept out from the trajectory. Xue Lei was close, but he was caught off guard and struck by the curved sword energy. Apart from his palm, which was wearing the gold-threaded glove, his entire body was pierced by the sword energy. With a grunt, Xue Lei's body was sent flying. His body was riddled with hideous wounds. Su Yu took advantage of the situation and flew back like a swallow. In a few moments, he had escaped from the Xue Manor. He knew that this alone would not be enough to kill Xue Lei. After leaving the Xue Manor, Su Yu randomly chose a direction to escape in. Coincidentally, he had escaped to the entrance of the Tomb Palace, where the ancestral worship ceremony was held. There were few people here. If he hid, he might have a chance of survival. Just as Su Yu was about to hide, he saw a beautiful figure walking over from another path. Su Yu cursed his bad luck. If he was seen by someone, there would be no point in hiding. But when the person raised her head, Su Yu was surprised. She was none other than Li Yu. Her eyes were fixed on the jade tablet in front of the Tomb Palace. It looked like she was thinking about the number Su Yu had left on it during the day. All of a sudden, she noticed Su Yu, and she blinked her eyes in surprise. "It's you? Why are you here?" Li Yu asked. Due to the tense relationship between the two clans, Su Yu felt bitter about the appearance of Li Yu. One Xue Lei was not enough, and now there was Li Yu. "You seem to be running." Li Yu noticed that Su Yu was not only holding the beauty under the moon, but was also panting, looking like he was running for his life. Su Yu didn't pay any attention to her and escaped through another path. But Xue Lei had already caught up to him. "Humph! You can injure my sword techniques? Brother, you really hid yourself well." Xue Lei was like a giant eagle, bringing with him a large black shadow as he fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. "Today I must kill you. Watch my palm." Su Yu clenched his teeth, returning demonic moon style. The sword energy reverberated, sweeping in all directions. But Xue Lei, who was prepared, turned nimbly, dodged the attack, and went straight for the top of Su Yu's head. Su Yu had no other choice but to activate the Tao Tai's eyes. But Su Yu was unwilling to activate the Tao Tai's eyes for the last time for such a small fry. Clang! At that moment, a beautiful figure appeared in a flash. She held a small emerald sword, easily pushing Xue Lei away. Xue Lei looked over, surprised and shocked. "Li Yu, are you crazy? I'm trying to get rid of a threat to the Xue family, but you're blocking me? Get out of my way." Li Yu said coldly, "He is indeed a great enemy of the Li family in the future. But if I want to get rid of him, I will do it myself." Xue Lei was furious. He was about to kill Su Yu, but Li Yu appeared out of nowhere. Anyone in the Li family would want Xue Lei to kill him. But Li Yu was an exception. Should she be called naive or just righteous? You stupid woman. Xue Lei clenched his teeth in hatred, but Li Yu's abilities were above his. If they really fought, he would be subdued by Li Yu. Furthermore, he had already shown himself. If this dragged on, when Xue Yuntian and the rest returned, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Xue Yu, consider yourself lucky. But remember this, we won't just end like this. Xue Lei leaped into the air. Not long after, the aura of the powerful fighters of the Xue family rushed back from the east, chasing after Xue Lei. They chased him for hundreds of millions of miles, all the way to the sea. Xue Yuntian was furious. ****starred. Not only had he killed his clansmen and stolen the starlight grass, but he was also hiding in the manor to continue his murder. Xue Yuntian had made up his mind to kill him. Xue Lei stopped, no longer fleeing. He laughed coldly. What can you do to me? Walala! The seawater below churned, parting in the middle as an enormous winged spacecraft emerged. Many powerful fighters in black robes stood on it, all of them equipped with shadowless swords. Divine Feather Clan. Xue Yuntian was filled with killing intent. No wonder Xue, you had gone to the Morong family for a marriage alliance. His secret route had coincidentally been ambushed by the Divine Feather Clan. He had a spy. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this mole was actually his eldest son. Xue Lei jumped onto the flying ship and laughed. Father, elders, you're all getting old and can't see the situation clearly anymore. This region of the sea belongs to the Feather God race and the other two high-tier forces. Rather than struggling at death's door, why not rely on them? Unfilial son. Xue Yuntian was enraged. You are willing to be a dog, but don't think that everyone else is like you, wanting to be a dog. Xue Lei laughed coldly. He took out a small bag that glowed with a golden light. It was the precious starlight grass. Xue Yuntian and the other elders' pupils constricted. They stared at the bag and shouted, Put down the clan's item! Xue Lei's cold smile deepened. Why should I put it down? I went through a lot of trouble to buy it from the Starlight Pavilion. Saying this, he clenched his fist in front of them. With a muffled sound, the bag shattered, along with the starlight grass inside. Humph, humph, humph. Without the starlight grass, let's see how you are going to make offerings. At that time, I'm afraid your lives will be worse than a dog like me. Everyone from the Xue family was enraged. They swarmed forward, wishing they could grind Xue Lei's bones to dust. However, the winged spacecraft's giant wings flapped lightly, bringing about boundless gales. In an instant, the spacecraft disappeared from the coastline. No matter how Xue Yuntian and the others chased after it, they couldn't find it. Chapter 1598. In front of the palace tomb. Su, you stared at Li Yu. Why did you save me? Li Yu sheathed her sword. No reason. Just to have a worthy opponent or a goal to pursue in the future. After staring at her for a long time, Su Yu cupped his fists. I will remember today's kindness and repay it in the future. With a faint smile, Li Yu turned and walked down the palace tomb. Before she left, she turned her head and asked, Can you tell me how you did it? She pointed to the jade tablet. She had come here because she could not solve the doubts in her heart. Even if she cultivated all 8 paths, she could not absorb so many droplets. Su Yu said, I'm afraid not. Li Yu smiled. You will find out sooner or later. Watching her leave, Su Yu returned to the Xue manor. The atmosphere in the manor was oppressive and heavy. The problem was no longer Xue Lei's betrayal, but Xue Lei's destruction of all the starlight grass. Su Yu's return did not improve the expressions of the elders. Xue Yuntian glanced at Su Yu, not blaming him for escaping the Xue family. Instead, he was a little confused. He could have taken advantage of the situation to escape the Shui family. Patriarch, in another 4 months, the emissary of the Sword Pavilion will come to collect the Starlight Grass. If we cannot hand over the Starlight Grass and complete this year's task, then I'm afraid we will lose the right to establish a foothold in the Sword Pavilion's sea region and be expelled. The Lonely Mountain Elder's expression was extremely ugly. Shui Yuntian's expression was grave. The only thing we can do now is to collect 100 Starlight Grass as soon as possible. Elder Baiyun, how many do we have in the treasury? Elder Baiyun's expression was solemn. Only 10. 10 was just in case they did not have enough Starlight Grass to be used as a supplement. The Starlight Grass was very rare, growing at the bottom of the Sword Pavilion Sea. Not only were they difficult to find, but each one was guarded by a level 2 star beast. Thus, each one was hard to come by. Even the resourceful Star Pavilion only had a few hundred Starlight Grass in storage every year. The various forces came to purchase them, strictly limited in quantity. Thus, it was very difficult to buy more. The Lone Mountain Elder's expression was gloomy. Supplement? How? Every year, only 1 or 2 would occasionally appear on Twin Star Island, and the Shui and Li clans would plunder those that could be harvested. It's the same for the other forces. They don't even have enough for themselves, so it's impossible for them to sell it to us. As for the Star Pavilion, let's not talk about whether they will make an exception and sell it to us for a second time. The journey alone will take at least half a year. We won't make it in time. The elders' faces were incomparably gloomy. The Shui family had already reached a moment of life and death. Su Yu, who was listening at the side, understood. The Sword Pavilion was the overlord of a sea region. Any faction that set foot in the Sword Pavilion's territory had to submit to them and offer 100 stalks of Starlight Grass every year. If they couldn't meet the requirements, they would be immediately expelled from the territory. In the past, there was once an island power that was ranked 5th. It was only 3 stalks away, but it was also chased away by Jian Xian with cruel methods. The Shui family's ranking was lower than that island, and they only had 10 stalks of Starlight Grass. Most of the island forces spent most of their manpower and resources on searching for Starlight Grass in the past year. Only the Shui family and the Li family, who had a deep foundation, had the financial resources to buy directly from the Star Pavilion. Now that something had happened to the Shui family, the deadline for offering was approaching. How could they not worry that their hair would turn white? Hearing this, Shui Yuntian sighed deeply. Pass on my order. With the elders as the leaders, each of you will lead a team of people to the Sea of Constellations to search for Starlight Grass. The Shui family had run out of ideas. They could only use the dumbest and most dangerous method, which was to mobilize the power of the whole family to search for Starlight Grass. Su Yu said, I will go to the sea too. I have cultivated a kind of divine path of searching, and I have a very special sense of spiritual treasures. Hearing this, the eyes of the elders suddenly lit up. There was such a strange divine path. If it was true, searching for Starlight Grass would be twice the result with half the effort. Shui Yuntian's face was also filled with surprise, but when he realized Su Yu's true identity, his eyes were filled with deep, complex emotions. He said coldly, You stay in the family. It's dangerous outside, so your safety is not endangered. The elders thought about it and agreed. Shui Yu was the future of the Shui family. Even if the Shui family was really expelled with a junior like Shui Yu growing up, how could they not rise again? The Lone Mountain Elder said earnestly, Yes, Shui Yu, we will mobilize the power of the whole family. It doesn't matter if you are here or not. You stay in the family. At this point, Su Yu could only give up. Soon, the 30 elders of the family led thousands of people in the family and dispersed. They headed for the most famous, dangerous place in the Sea of Constellations, the Evil Ghost Strait. It was the place where the most Starlight Grass was found, but it was also the most dangerous place. The evil ghost strait was the only place where it was possible to excavate 90 starlight grass in 4 months. Looking up at their departing figures, Suyu silently entered the training room and isolated himself to comprehend the remaining 1,000 divine paths. Time passed in a flash. 2 months had passed. Suyu finally succeeded in comprehending one divine path with the remaining energy from the spiritual liquid. There were only 999 left. Woo! A sorrowful, heavy, and drawn-out sound of a horn echoed in the Shui family's mansion. Suyu sighed silently and carved another mark on the ground in front of him. In addition to the previous marks, there were a total of 10 marks. These were the elders who had fallen in the past 2 months. The sound of a horn indicated that an elder was in danger. As for the clan members with weaker cultivations, the casualties were incalculable. The entire Shui family was shrouded in a sorrowful and desperate atmosphere. Clan Master, why didn't you ask Brother Shuiyu to help? Shui Mei's grandfather, Elder Baiyun, had fallen a month ago. The once charming and affectionate Shui Mei's face was filled with sorrow and confusion. Brother Shuiyu's divine path is helpful to everyone. If he could help, Grandfather might not have to take the risk of exploring the depths of the strait, and he wouldn't have died in the mouth of the star beasts. Yes, Brother Shuiyu has created miracles again and again. Why didn't you ask him to help? Shui Ruxu, who had also lost a loved one, questioned. Faced with the questioning of the clan members, Shui Yuntian's heart wavered. Yes, Shui, you obviously had an extraordinary background. If he helped, he might really be able to help them. But out of fear, or rather out of anger, he shook his head decisively. There is no need to discuss this further. News has come from the front. The lone mountain elder and the others have joined forces and found an undeveloped land with no less than 50 starlight grass. They can do it. They can definitely do it. The evil spirit strait was dark and bottomless. It was like a large open mouth, waiting for the creatures that greedily gathered the starlight grass to enter. The lone mountain elder, Elder Maple Leaf, Elder Xianqing, and the other 20 elders gathered. Behind them were nearly 700 clan members. They gathered together and looked at the seabed filled with white bones. Among the white bones, there was starlight grass emitting golden light everywhere. There are a total of 53 starlight grass. If we succeed this time, in addition to the 20 we found before, we will not be far from completing the mission, the lone mountain elder said. According to our observations for half a month, there are a total of 10 star beasts in that area. 10. Everyone's hearts shrank. This was the largest group of star beasts they had encountered so far. What followed would be a bloody battle. Don't be afraid. As long as we follow our previous division of labor, we will definitely be able to kill them all, the lone mountain elder said. Everyone gathered their courage and nodded deeply. When a wisp of clear light pierced through the sea and shone on this place, the lone mountain elder said, "Now is the time when the star beasts are sleeping. It is the best time to act. Everyone, success or failure will depend on this battle." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 700 clan members, led by the 20 Shui family elders, charged forward with indomitable will. Such a powerful aura awakened some of the star beasts. The fierce beasts, with their powerful cultivation, instantly devoured dozens of clan members. Screams, accompanied by blood, filled the evil spirit strait. The smell of blood awakened more sleeping star beasts. They roared and rushed out. The lone mountain elder's eyes were red. Kill. The survival of the Shui family depends on us. Both sides fought bloody battles. The Shui family members were eaten in large numbers. The sound of their bodies being chewed and the miserable screams interweaved into a tragic scene. The bloody battle lasted for a full day and night. When the 10 giant bodies of the beasts fell to the ground, the remaining Shui family members revealed victorious smiles. Even though they had broken limbs, Even though they were exhausted, even though there were less than 100 of them left, they had won. The Xue family was saved. Lonely Mountain tribe leader, we won. Venerable Qingshan said with a smile. His old eyes were filled with tears of sorrow, because the one lying at his feet was his only son. Yes, we won. The lone mountain elder also smiled, crying and smiling. His expression was indescribably desolate. Of the 20 elders, only 9 remained. Of the 700 clan members, only 90 remained. They had paid a heavy price for the final victory. Gather them, bring them back, and give them to the elder. The lone mountain elder wiped away his tears. Covered in blood, he fell to the ground in exhaustion. Ah! Mournful screams suddenly broke the silence at the bottom of the sea. 3 clan members who were collecting starlight grass were suddenly entangled by tentacles that stretched out from under the corpses. The tentacles devoured their flesh and blood in an instant, leaving only white bones behind. A ruthless aura rose from the seabed into the sky. The entire seabed began to tremble. No, it began to move. Roar. A beast's roar shook them all off the seabed. Looking from the sky, everyone inhaled sharply. How was that seabed? It was clearly the head of a gigantic snake. The snake head was covered with tentacles, using starlight grass to attract those who did not know, and then devoured them. And the giant snake only revealed the snake head and its enormous body, hidden in the dark canyon. The lone mountain elder's pupils shrank to the size of needles, his body trembling as he shouted, "Run! It's a Star Beast King." Star Beast King, a legendary existence. Each one had the terrifying power to fight against a super force, like Jian Xian. Xiao xiao xiao. Tentacles suddenly shot out, entangling dozens of clan members and instantly sucking them into white bones. The 3 elders were no exception. The lone mountain elder roared, using his powerful divine power to form a giant barrier. He shouted tragically, "Run! Tell the elder, don't send more people." Bang! The barrier did not last long before the tentacles broke it and entangled the lone mountain elder. His body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Using the last of his strength, the lone mountain elder gave a final roar. "Quickly, run!" Lone mountain elder. Everyone roared in grief and indignation as they watched the lone mountain elder turn into white bones. They fled out of the strait. The giant snake's cold eyes stared at them coldly. It did not chase them, but continued to pretend and continue to lure unknowing creatures to come. Inside the Xue family's secret chamber, crack! Su Yu's fingers shook, and the ground shattered into several cracks. His heart was in turmoil, almost completely destroyed. Su Yu's pupils shrank, and he got up and pushed open the stone door. I can't wait any longer. He promised to take care of the Xue family. Chapter 1599. In the sky above the Xue family, the horn sounded like a song. The clansmen listened to the horn in shock, unable to believe that it was true. 14 horns in a row meant that 14 elders of the older generation had fallen. This was more than what had been sacrificed in the past 3 months. Counting carefully, of the 30 elders that had gone, only 6 were still alive. The Xue family was stunned, unable to accept such a heavy blow. An emergency meeting was held in the Xue family hall as expected. The corners of Xue Yuntian's eyes were red and swollen, with tears that had yet to fade, almost completely annihilated. He knew what that meant. It meant that the entire Xue family was on the decline. With the death of the older generation, how could they stand on Twin Star Island? The accident had pushed the Xue family into the abyss overnight. The hall was filled with sobs. Whether it was the youths who had lost their elders, the middle-aged who had lost their relatives, or the elders who had caught up with the decline of the Xue family. The entire hall was filled with deep sorrow. Patriarch, perhaps we should have accepted our fate and left the Sword Pavilion Sea region. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fallen to this state. Someone wailed. Hee hee. What's the use of finding the starlight grass for the Shui family now? The Li family can easily wipe us out. I really hate Shui Lei, that bastard, for causing so much harm to the Shui family. Patriarch, let's retreat. Before the Li family reacts, let's conserve our strength and find a new place to rest. The heart-wrenching cries, the choked-up pleading, were like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. The Shui family had fallen into the hands of his generation. He could not die in peace. He also wanted to preserve the strength of the Shui family and make a comeback. But how could it be so easy to find a new place? The good places had already been occupied by the major forces. If the Shui family left Twin Star Island before they could find a suitable place, the remaining clansmen would fall in a pool of blood. The future of the Shui family was bleak. Patriarch, you make the decision, some clansmen said sorrowfully. Shui Yuntian sighed to the sky, unable to make up his mind. Patriarch, why didn't you ask Brother Shui Yu to come out? Shui Mei questioned, glaring at Shui Yuntian with resentment. If you had listened to the opinions of your people, if you had been less stubborn and asked Brother Shui Yu to come out earlier, the Lone Mountain Venerable, Qingshan Venerable, and my grandfather, White Cloud Venerable, wouldn't have died. That's right. Patriarch, what are you thinking? You clearly need Brother Shui Yu's divine path, yet you restrict his freedom? Why? Shui Yuntian felt bitter in his heart. Why? Why didn't he think about the safety of his family? But what was the result? Shui Yu did not harm anyone in the Shui family. Instead, it was his stubbornness and obstinacy that caused the deaths of nearly all the elders. Who had harmed the Shui family? No matter how he looked at it, it was him, Shui Yuntian, and not Shui Yu. Some of the older generation seemed to have grasped a glimmer of hope, and they said, "That's right, Patriarch. Why didn't you ask Shui Yu to come out of seclusion? With his mysterious master status, isn't it easy for him to protect our Shui family?" Hearing this, everyone seemed to see hope. I almost forgot that Shui Yu has an extremely formidable master. Patriarch, quickly give the order to ask Shui Yu to come out of seclusion. Shui Yuntian was silent, and his eyes showed hesitation. What are you hesitating for? The Shui family is at a critical juncture of life and death. You, what's in your head? Shui Yuntian felt bitter in his heart. It was not that he did not want to give the order, but would Shui Yu still listen to it? If he had been imprisoned for half a year, he would already be magnanimous if he did not resent the person who imprisoned him. To ask him to help the person who imprisoned him, that was a pipe dream. It was really difficult for him to speak, but facing the surging clansmen, he could only say bitterly, "Pass the order! Ask Shui Yu to come out!" Clang! At that moment, several servants ran over in a panic and said, "This is bad!" Second young master, he broke out of seclusion and went straight to the evil spirit straight. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. You're saying that he went straight to the evil spirit straight? That's great. He must have the confidence to turn the situation around. Really? I knew that when the family is in trouble, Brother Shui, you will definitely come forward. The members of the Shui family were overjoyed, barely able to walk out of their sadness. Only Shui Yuntian sat stiffly on the ground, his eyes blank and his face filled with a deep, complicated look, until it finally turned into a soft sigh. Su Yu hurried along the stars and the moon, heading straight for the evil spirit strait. 3 days later, at a place 10 billion kilometers away from the evil spirit strait, he encountered the Shui family who had escaped. 6 elders were in a sorry state, and 23 injured clansmen. The scene was completely different from the grandiose scene when they left. They were also surprised to meet Su Yu, but more than that, they felt grief, anger, and shame. "Elders, what happened?" Su Yu asked. Elder Qing Lu said, "It's the Star Beast King." It was not difficult to see the lingering fear in his words. Star Beast King? Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not been idle for the past 6 months, so he had more or less learned about star beasts. Star beasts were the collective term for level 5 Cavern World Venerables to level 1 Cavern World Venerables. But the Star Beast King was the name of the overlord of the galaxy. No wonder they were almost wiped out in an instant. It turned out that they had encountered that kind of existence. Everyone, please follow me back to the evil spirit's strait. So you said, back. They had not yet recovered from the shock, and their eyes were filled with terror. Are the lone mountain elder and the others going to sacrifice themselves in vain? So you looked at them. I can't promise that I can eliminate the Star Beast King and avenge them now, but at least I will not disappoint the sacrifice of their clansmen. Hearing that, everyone was touched. They had indeed sacrificed tragically, especially the lone mountain elder. At the last moment, he blocked the Star Beast King with his own strength and used his own blood to open a path of survival for them. Su Yu's words touched their hearts. Elder Qing Yi clenched his fists and said, "All right, I'll go back with you. For the family, for the Starlight Grass, we have sacrificed so much. If we retreat now, would we be letting them down?" Hearing that, the elders and their clansmen chose to go back. How many Starlight Grass have you collected so far? Su Yu asked. 20. There are still 70 left to the target of 90. 70? Su Yu's eyes shone. If that's the case, we still need to pay attention to the Starlight Grass of the Star Beast King. All of you wait on the water. I have 2 orders for you, Su Yu said. First, clear the surrounding sea area. Don't let anyone come near. Second, prepare the flying boat so that we can escape immediately. All right, everyone obeyed. Su Yu dove into the water alone and went deep into the evil Ghost Strait. Following the coordinates provided by Elder Qingyi, he saw a seabed beside a cliff in the depths of the strait. 50 Starlight Grass emitted a golden glow, luring those who did not know to approach. Su Yu's eyes were cold. With a thought, 1,001 Dharma Laksana appeared with him as the center. Go, Su Yu said. The 1,001 Dharma Laksana pounced forward. Such a huge commotion immediately awakened the Star Beast King. The seabed churned, and a giant snake head, similar in color to the pitch-black strait, suddenly rose. 2 huge eyes like the sun looked over leisurely. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of poison, corroding a large portion of the Dharma Laksana. However, there were many Dharma Laksana. One group was destroyed and another group pounced forward. Their goal was not to attack it, but to pluck the Starlight Grass on its head. Pop! The first Starlight Grass was plucked. The giant snake roared angrily, shaking its giant head violently and smashing another Dharma Laksana. However, more and more Dharma Laksana pounced forward to pluck the Starlight Grass. The 2 sides were in a deadlock for 10 breaths. Of the 1,001 Dharma Laksana, less than 100 were left. However, all 53 Starlight Grass had been plucked. Whether it was pain or humiliation, the giant snake roared angrily and crushed the remaining 100 Dharma Laksana. Su Yu got the Starlight Grass, stared at the giant snake coldly, and said, "I'll remember this debt of blood. Sooner or later, I'll cut off your head and worship them." Swoosh! Stepping on the water, Su Yu rushed out of the strait. On the surface of the water, the 6 elders had already prepared the flying boat according to Su Yu's instructions. The 6 elders instilled their divine energy at the same time, pushing the flying boat to its limit. "Let's go!" Su Yu leaped onto the flying boat and shouted. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the sound barrier resounded across the sea. The flying boat splashed up boundless waves, leaving several residual shadows as it escaped. Almost as soon as they left, a giant snake head rushed out from the water. Its blood-red eyes were filled with extreme ruthlessness. At the same time, there was darkness under the water, covering a radius of tens of millions of miles. The giant snake's body was vaguely visible, twisting and turning. It looked around angrily, but the flying boat was nowhere to be seen. In its rage, it roared violently, its huge body slapping the surface of the sea, causing a huge tsunami that covered a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Sensing the terrifying vision of heaven and earth behind them, the 6 elders' hearts trembled. When they turned to look, all of them gasped. "Shueyu, what did you do?" Elder Qingye was shocked. "You actually angered it to such an extent." Suyu opened his palm, and a golden light enveloped the entire flying boat. He said calmly, "Nothing. I just helped the lone mountain elder and the others to retrieve the starlight grass that belonged to them." Looking at the 50 or so starlight grass, everyone had mixed feelings. Elder Qingye's old eyes were suddenly filled with tears, and he knelt down before them. The people on the ship cried bitterly on the spot. It was for these 50 or so starlight grass that the lone mountain elder and the others had sacrificed themselves. Su Yu said, "Cheer up. The rise and fall of the family all depends on you." Elder Qingye wiped away his tears, his eyes filled with determination. "We still need 17 starlight grass. Everyone, this is the final push. Let's give it our all. Even if we all die, we must find the last 17 starlight grass. Let's give it our all." Having experienced despair, their hearts were much more resolute than before, and they had the spirit to face death calmly. The news of this place was sent back to the family at once. At the moment, the important core members of the Xue family had already used the clan hall as a place to rest and live. Whether it was for discussions, gathering, passing on information, or resting, it was all done here. That included Xue Yuntian, who could not sleep properly and stayed in the hall to deal with the various problems that came with it. At that moment, a message arrived, and Xue Yuntian read it immediately. After reading it, he slapped the table and stood up in ecstasy. "Xue Yu has succeeded. The starlight grass on the Star Beast King's head has all been collected." What? Many members of the family gathered around, fighting to read the message in the jade scroll. "My God, it's actually true. He really did it." Hiss! More than 50 in one go, plus the ones collected over the past 2 months. That's about it. However, there were people who still looked gloomy. How many members of the family were sacrificed? Every starlight grass collected before this was accompanied by the death of many members of the family. They had taken the risk to return to the evil spirit strait and fought the Star Beast King. That number of casualties, perhaps they had all been wiped out? Hearing that, everyone's faces turned gloomy, until the second jade scroll sent a message. Xue Yuntian read it nervously, his body trembling uncontrollably. He said no. "What do you mean, no?" Everyone was confused. Xue Yuntian's voice was trembling. No one knew if it was from shock or disbelief. "No, not a single casualty." The scene was silent for a moment. Then there was an explosion of earth-shaking cheers. "No casualties, and the starlight grass on the Star Beast King's head? Hiss! How is that possible?" "That's great. Brother Xue, you can do it. I told you, he can definitely do it." Tears rolled down Xue Mei's pretty face, and she looked at the clan leader with a complicated expression. If they had sent Xue Yu to fight at the beginning, would there have been the sacrifice of the lone mountain elder and the others? Some of the clansmen came to their senses and looked at Xue Yuntian. They did not blame him, nor did they blame him. But in Xue Yuntian's eyes, it was like a sharp arrow piercing through his heart. Indeed, if he had listened to everyone's opinions from the beginning, if he had allowed Xue Yu's request from the beginning, perhaps the outcome would not have been like this. He sat down dejectedly, looking at the clan members who were in dire straits, looking at the dark future ahead of them. Deep regret welled up in his heart. Since Xue Yu's return, how much glory had he brought to the Xue family? How much hope had he brought back? But because of a faint resentment, he had arrogantly placed Xue Yu under house arrest, even though he knew in his heart that Su Yu would not harm the Xue family. What was the result of that? The Xue family had suffered unprecedented destruction. He was the sinner of the family. Suyu, who was unaware of this, led the Shui family members in search of the starlight grass in the sea of constellations. Having the divine path of seeking had played a significant role. After a month had passed, they had found another 12 starlight grass, and there were only 5 left of the 90. What was even more commendable was that there had been no casualties in obtaining each one. Good news was passed back to the Shui family one after another. The sorrowful atmosphere was diluted little by little, and they found hope again. The Shui family members who had followed Su Yu had also recovered from their sorrow. Shuiyu, there are still 5 left. According to our progress, there is still a month left. We have plenty of time, Elder Qingyi said. Take a break. You haven't rested for a month. Su Yu's expression was still haggard, but he shook his head resolutely. Continue searching, don't stop. Unless we place all 90 starlight grass in the treasury of the mansion, we must not let our guard down. Elder Qingyi was overcome with emotion. All right, beep, beep, beep. All of a sudden, the communication jade pendant at Elder Qing Ye's waist beeped urgently. Elder Qingyi smiled. It must be the clan master. He has sent another commendation message. Unexpectedly, when he opened it, he heard Shui Yuntian's solemn order. Put down the search mission and return to the clan immediately. Special envoy Jianxian has arrived early. Splash! Elder Qing Ye's palm trembled, and the jade pendant fell into the sea. Suyu was shocked. The special envoy had arrived a month early? This was illogical. If he had to explain, the only possibility Suyu could think of was the Li family. It was impossible for the Li family to be unaware of the Shui family's dire situation. Striking while the iron was hot, banishing the Shui family completely would be in the best interest of the Li family. But now, there were still 5 short of 100. I will stay behind and continue searching. Elder Qingyi, bring the starlight grass back quickly. Suyu said he could only rely on luck. If they could find 5 in time, there might be hope. If not, all their efforts would be wasted.